Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I see issue with that. And again, hey.
You're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a Thursday noonday edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular, of course.
Hello.
Hello.
That was some just in the nick of time stuff right there.
I trusted you. I didn't even text you. Where the hell are you?
I said to him the other day, because I didn't log on until like 15 minutes before the show. I said, be honest, man. I am 55. When that happens, you ever worried today's the day?
I was going to say, yeah. I have to log on. Well, folks, we knew this day would come.
Yep.
Nothing lasts forever. Yes.
Yeah. So far, though, the old ticker's still going.
So far, still ticking.
Yep.
That's right. Hey, we got a great crowd to start things off here. 524 in the YouTube chat, 462 in the Rumble chat. Smash that like button, please, wherever you are. YouTube, Rumble. Let's get a crowd in here. Got to juice the algo for what is still a relatively new time slot. Some housekeeping before we get started today. Patrons, paid Substackers, paid Locals members got to sit in on our interview with Mark Goodwin, great author and journalist, yesterday. We did that at noontime. We pre-recorded that. So if you're a paid member, you have early access to that, live access to that yesterday. We will be premiering that for the general public tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on both YouTube and Rumble. That was a great time. It was a great talk. Very informative, chock full of information. It's 2 hours long. I timed it. So the first answer, the question number one, Russ asked for like an overview of what would you call it? Well, monetary policy, not really. Currency policy, if you will. It's broader than that. But starting, in the 1970s through today. So the first question, Mark's answer to question number one, pretty much went uninterrupted, was 38 minutes long. 38 minutes.
Right.
And I don't say that as a knock. I say that as a compliment. Like, he gave pretty much a college-level lecture to start the interview. So, I mean, he is just so on his game and so full of knowledge and information and perspective. It was a great interview. So we encourage you all to watch that. That's going to be premiering tonight at 8 o'clock.
That's very rare. Look, I'm not going to name any names. Most of our interviews, I feel like I know less than I did when I started. But this time,
right? Yeah, exactly.
This time, I felt like I actually learned me something.
Yeah, this was very informative. So that's going to be premiering tonight on YouTube and Rumble. There's a redirect at the end of this stream, so that'll take you over to that link. Give that link a like, give it a share. Let's try to get a crowd in here tonight for that premiere. The Rumble link will be up later this afternoon. I cannot upload two Rumble premieres at once because we're using Rumble Studio for this stream right now, but it will be premiering on Rumble too, so you'll have the option to watch it in either venue. Tomorrow night, we have what should be a real banger of a post-duopoly show at 7 o'clock over on RBN, 7 Eastern, so that's tomorrow night.
That's going to be a fun one.
That's going to be a really fun one. Yeah, that could be the all-time best
now, that'll show. Be the last one before me and Nick take Seattle.
That's right. So hopefully we'll talk a little bit of worker strike back stuff there as well. So yeah, make sure you tune into that tomorrow night. And then on Sunday is Super Bowl Sunday, so we're not going to compete with the Super Bowl. We will do our stream on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. So matinee show this coming Sunday. So that about gets us through all of the housekeeping.
I think you're forgetting something.
What are we forgetting?
You know, we had a lot of feedback from some of our white South African viewers. We didn't realize we had so many. So we're putting together a special based on their interpretation of South African history. It's called Dirty Bantu Bastards.
Yeah, right.
How
exactly.
Whites Built Africa. And that'll be premiere right here.
How Whites Built Africa. I like it. Yes. Oh man. Hey, you know, you never know what third rail you're gonna step on. But that's how it goes. All right, folks.
We didn't think it was a controversial opinion that, you know, this tiny minority having 70% of the land that instituted a brutal apartheid system. Not maybe that's a bad thing. We had no idea that
a very benign land expropriation policy is, you know, probably
not
a
even
good
forcing
step in the right
anybody.
direction. Right.
Like you could certainly make a case, you know, that, you know, like the hippies in the 60s thought farming was easy, right? That's a big part of why all their communes failed, because they thought they could just farm with absolutely no knowledge or experience of it. You can make the argument that before you hand somebody a farm, you should give them some kind of training. You can make that argument. It's not an argument for not trying to right that, but yeah, no, a lot of people really got in their feelings about that. I've actually made the point myself that, you know, there's not one monolithic group in Africa like there was invasion and displacement across Africa. You know, I guess my question would be, well, did the Bantus institute a brutal apartheid system, the legacy, not taking revenge for past wrongs, the legacy of which is still very evident in the distribution of land today? If that's the case, then you have an analogy, but that's clearly not the case.
All right. Well, we are going to get started. We got a lot to cover today. Today is going to be a pretty good show, I think. I think this is a pretty good program that we have for you guys this afternoon. So we're going to pick up right where we left off on the last stream. And I mean that kind of literally, because as we were ending our last stream on Tuesday, Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump were meeting for the cameras. So as we start out, here's Donald Trump in the Oval Office in advance of the meeting, just setting the table for what he's about to say formally with Netanyahu. Look, the Gaza thing has not worked.
Press for this idea that Jordan and Egypt take Palestinians from Gaza.
Yeah, I would like to see Jordan. I'd like to see Egypt take some look. The Gaza thing has not worked. It's never worked. And I feel very differently about Gaza than a lot of people. I think they should get a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land, and we get some people to put up the money to build it and make it nice and make it habitable and enjoyable and make it a home.
They don't want to leave, though. Palestinians say they don't want to leave.
I don't know how they could want to stay. It's a demolition site. It's a pure demolition site. If we could find the right piece of land or numerous pieces of land and build them some really nice places with plenty of money in the area, that's for sure. I think that would be a lot better than going back to Gaza, which has had just decades and decades of death.
Okay, so I want you to imagine, you know, because a lot of MAGA people or MAGA-decent people are in pretty severe cope mode. I don't want to step on the next segment, so I won't name names at this point, but, you know, a lot of them are friends with Martyr Maid over there, Daryl Cooper, who, you know, recommended that, you know, Churchill surrender to the Nazis after Dunkirk. So imagine that had happened. And
because it was over then.
Well,
it was over at that point, as we can clearly see from the fact that the Nazis lost the war. It was over after Dunkirk.
Exactly.
Why would you keep fighting?
So let's imagine for a second that he did surrender to the Nazis after Dunkirk. Then let's imagine he hosts Hitler in London. And in advance of Hitler arriving for the press conference, he says, that Poland thing just never worked. It was never going to work. Right. That is not too far off from what we just heard. And now here comes Benjamin Netanyahu. Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left during the rebuilding? It'd be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return.
Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while the rebuilding was happening?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places.
Why has the place been hell? Could it be the smiling demon sitting next to you that's turned the place into hell?
Earthquake.
Yeah, the place has been hell. Look at the grin on Netanyahu's face. Look at how he smiles throughout this whole thing.
On earth. And right now, it's I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can live there. You can't live there. So if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations, and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live.
They'll have outdoor space.
Because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen
They'll
again.
have swimming
It's
pools.
happened over and
Central
over
air.
again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So
They'll have a
I hope that we
Chipotle,
could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back?
a Chili's.
They've experienced nothing but death and destruction.
Yes, death and destruction at the hands of the man sitting to your right.
Why does Trump have a white stain on the corner of his mouth, and why is Netanyahu smiling?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yes. So just for
Quite an alpha male
clarification-
MAGA got themselves there.
Quite the alpha male. That's right.
Quite the alpha. Quite the alpha.
So just to clarify here, in case there's any confusion, because there's some people saying, well, are they going to displace some of them? Are they going to displace all of them? Here we have it. Trump declares ethnic cleansing of Palestine.
People you're thinking about? All of them. I mean, we're talking about probably 1,000,007 people, 1,000,007, maybe 1,000,008. But I think all of them. I think they'll be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying every day.
Yeah. So there you go. All of them. Now, it's funny. He mentions the number 1,000,007, 1,000,008 numerous times, which means he must have been told that number by his staff, right? That must be the number that he's told to say. Down from what, 2.2 million? So that would make an estimated death count about 400,000. I think it was 2.2.
2.2?
Maybe it was 2.5. I think it was 2.2 or 2.3. So we're looking at an estimated death count, if we're to take those numbers at face value, of about 400,000, because we know a negligible number left because they're not allowed to leave. They are blockaded in. So he kept saying that over and over again, which gives you an idea of what the actual death count is. Now, they were not done. Now they do the stand-up press conference. So they have the sit-down fireside chat press conference, then they have the stand-up press conference at the different podiums. So Trump says not only do we clear it out, but the United States will take over the Gaza Strip.
The reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site, and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
Yep. Call to activism. Collins, where exactly are you saying they should go? Who do you envision living in Gaza? So, part of the COPE is that no, they're only leaving temporarily while we build it back. Then we're going to invite them back. I mean, come on. I mean, you talk about willing ignorance to the history of this conflict. You think Israel's going to let them back in once they drive them out? Yeah, sure. That is a big, tall glass of COPE there, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. So he calls on Caitlin Collins, who asks, where should they go and who is going to live in Gaza once they're gone?
Let's go. Caitlin, go ahead. Caitlin.
Thank you so much, President Trump.
Caitlin, go ahead.
On what you were saying there.
Say it. Go ahead, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision a world, people living there, the world's people.
The world's
I think
people.
You'll make that into
It's going to
an
be like
international,
Epcot at Disney World.
unbelievable place. I think the potential and the Gaza.
You're going to have a big moat in the middle, and you're going to walk around, and you're going to drink beer from France. Then there's going to be Viking World with rides. It's going to be an international paradise. The cradle of civilization. World people. Peoplesville.
It's going to be actually Walt Disney. He was a very smart man. That was his original vision for Epcot Center.
Yes.
It's going to be like an Epcot Center in the Middle East. We're finally going to do what Walt wanted there.
Yeah, he always wanted to build a park in Israel, but the Jews kept Jewing him, so he never did it.
He did.
Yeah.
His brother Roy is a lot like my brother. He was a loser.
Yeah,
He was a loser.
He
If
chose
Walt had
Florida. That's
lived-
the next best thing.
Yeah, well, that's why you have so many Jews there, because there was supposed to be an international world like Gaza.
The Israelis were excited to get Disney World, and then when it didn't come there, they moved to Florida because they figured it's going to be in Florida. Exactly.
That's what they thought. So now we're going to realize that vision.
Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work. And you have to learn from history. History has, just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation, because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done, and people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much.
Okay, so
he just said it. See, that is what you do have to appreciate about Trump. He doesn't pretend, right? It's just, is he too dumb to pretend? Who knows? Just, oh yeah, the Palestinian. Well, yeah, there will be some of them there. Sure, a few.
Yeah. No, it is
just straight out, like
straight out.
Not even pretending that they're going to bring them back.
No, of course. Well, of course they're not bringing them back. I mean, that's
well, of course they're
ludicrous.
not. But a Democrat would lie about it.
Yeah,
or any conventional Republican.
Yeah. So we obviously have plenty more, but I just want to, stop and just plant a flag here in terms of what you just saw. You just saw the president invite to Washington, D.C., the perpetrator of the most sinister and sadistic crime of our lifetimes. And you just watched him reward him for that crime. Because as we've said from day one, and Russell actually personally predicted this from just about day one, what Israel will do is they will make Gaza unlivable, and then they will guilt surrounding countries into taking the Palestinians in who survived the onslaught on humanitarian grounds, saying, look, it's a demolition site. It's rubble. It's unlivable. You're not going to force them to live like this, are you? You have to take them in. They can't possibly live here anymore. This is exactly Israel's plan all along. So Netanyahu, who should have been put in handcuffs as soon as he stepped off the airplane, instead comes here, gets the red carpet rolled out for him, and gets rewarded for his genocide. That's what we just saw happen.
Yes. And this is this is why I don't have a lot of patience for, look, they stopped funding gay dance troops in Romania. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck
It's
up.
pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. All right, we will move on. Trump proposal to displace Gazans draws swift backlash in Arab world. So he's really counting on Jordan and Egypt to fold here. And then there's one other piece of this that's the most important, which we'll get to in a moment. But we're going to take this in order of importance. So U.S. foes and allies alike condemned on Wednesday President Donald Trump's proposal that the United States take over Gaza and remove its residents en masse, a suggestion world leaders and analysts said could inflame conflict in the region, alienate long-standing Arab allies, and, if implemented, amount to the forced displacement of a civilian population, a crime under international law. The United States would take a long-term ownership position over the territory, potentially with the involvement of U.S. troops, and develop the Strip into a utopian Riviera of the Middle East, where people from all over the world will live in peace, he added. And he suggested it will all be compatible with what he and Netanyahu both view as the crown jewel in a years-long plan to reshape the region, Saudi Arabia's normalization of relations with Israel. Expressions of delight from the Israeli far right, which has long pushed for the expulsion of Palestinians and the reestablishment of Israeli settlements in Gaza, came quickly. We have a huge opportunity and we must not miss it, Itamar Ben-Gvir, a far-right former minister who quit Netanyahu's governing coalition in opposition to the Gaza ceasefire deal, said on Israeli radio Wednesday. The backlash, too, was swift and much more wide-reaching. Within hours of Trump's news conference, Saudi Arabia released a statement saying the kingdom will continue its relentless efforts to establish an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital and will not establish diplomatic relations with Israel without that. A stronger articulation of Saudi Arabia's conditions for normalization than officials had offered in the past. So they say no. Officials in Jordan and Egypt reiterated their opposition to displacement of Palestinians outside of Gaza, a red line for both countries, which share an existential angst about the prospect of such a mass relocation to their territories. Egypt, the only country apart from Israel that borders Gaza, has warned throughout the conflict that displacement of Palestinians there into the Sinai Peninsula would jeopardize its 1979 peace treaty with Israel. Public opinion in both countries is staunchly in support of the Palestinian cause. So that's Saudi Arabia, that's Jordan, that's Egypt. There's one group of people also who have to consent to this, and that is, of course, the Palestinians themselves. So here is Palestinian journalist Motassem Adalul. He has a message for Netanyahu and Trump who want to force out of Gaza. So this is a Palestinian journalist. This is not a combatant. This is not a terrorist. This is a civilian journalist who, by the way, has suffered immensely under this genocide personally, as we'll get to in just a moment. But here he is.
The Trump, at first, fuck you. Then, you see, this is the rubble of my house. It was destroyed by you and your arms. Do you think I will leave my home? I will leave the rubble of my home? No, I will never. I will remove the rubble with my hands and will rebuild my house with my hands. And every single Gazan will do the same as me. We will never leave our home. We will never leave our home to you and your proxies and your Zionist proxies. We will not leave. We will remain here until we die.
We will remain here until we die. In Madison's case, he already lost his wife and 2 of his kids to this Israeli genocide. Look at those 2 kids. I was forced out of my house along with all of my family. I'm going back home without my wife and 2 of my children. So, from one dad to another, I could tell you that if my wife and 2 kids were murdered, I would not leave there until you killed me either. I would stay. There is no way you are convincing these people to leave. For them to leave in their mind would mean that their family sacrifice would be in vain, and they would sooner die where their families were murdered than leave. Now, look, ultimately, this negotiation is theirs to make. It's not ours to micromanage. So if the Palestinians were saying we want out, I would respect that. I would it's not for us to jump in front of them and speak for them, right? They get to negotiate this on their terms, whatever they are. But you just heard from this man. He's not leaving. Why would he? Why would any man leave? Why would any person leave whose families have been murdered on this land? You're going to just pack up and go? They have survived a lot. If they were willing to just pack up and leave, they'd have done so already. It's not like they had it easy until fall of 2023. Right. Okay? If they were willing to leave, they'd have done it. They'd have done it by now. Go ahead. You have anything to add?
There's such racism at the core of Zionism that when you bring this up, their interpretation of this is not, well, these countries are showing some solidarity, not as much as they should, but some solidarity with the Palestinians, understanding that once they agree to that, that's it. Israel will get what it wants and these people will never return home. Their interpretation is so racist at its core. What they will frame that as is evidence of how bad Palestinians are. Look, they don't even want them. They don't even want them. Right. I grew up hearing that. Why don't these countries want them? Why don't they take them in? That's what's been amazing to me throughout. I've said since this erupted. It's bringing back things I haven't heard since I was a child, because I haven't been around that community since I was a child. They had the good sense to kick me out pretty young. But same thing, man. When I was a little kid, they would make the exact same point. These people don't want them. They're not hearing from that, oh, these people actually will not leave their homes and they have every right to feel that way. They hear this is a racially inferior people that even their own people won't take.
Exactly. CNN actually did some journalism here and went out and they spoke to some more Palestinians, asking them to respond to the potential purge that Trump has floated.
بلدنا ولا من أرضنا رغم التهجير ورغم كل شيء ورغم الدمار اللي احنا فيه في الدار هالحين هينا قاعدين رغم العواصف وكل شيء يعني قاعدين احنا فضايلين في أرضنا ما تفرقش معنا هو
نحب نقول له نار غزة ولا جنة أي دولة ثانية لو يدونا كل ما بدنا نقدرش نسيب هذا أراضينا.
We won't leave.
ولا يمكن أنا بدي أموت في أرضي في أرضي أنا مواليد غزة عشت في غزة قريت من ابتدائي لاعدادي للثانوي والحمد لله رب العالمين اتجوزت طلعت عملت شباب لكن انا اني باخذ في ارضي ولا يمكن اتزحزح عن ارضي.
أعيش على أنقاض بيتي حتى لو في خيمة سأعيش على أنقاض بيتي.
Yeah.
Toughness of these people, man.
Well, this is why. They've been through this. I mean, look, this has been the worst of it. But they've been through this for their entire lives, going back generations. So the idea that they're going to leave. So even if Trump is right and he can get Jordan and Egypt to bend the knee, you still have the biggest obstacle in your way, which is The Palestinians are not going to leave. Now, I know there's been some moderation. There's been some walking back. Secretary Fuckboy Hegseth there has said, we have no plans for troops. Trump now put out a Truth Social. We have no plans for troops. Okay, you could have no plans for troops. But the question is, let's assume you get these neighboring countries to accept refugees. What if the Palestinians refuse to leave? At that point, do you send the military in to displace them, right? So you can't get to the question of do we send troops or not until you get consent or lack thereof from the people to leave, which they are not going to give you. They are not going to leave. If they were going to leave, they'd have done so decades ago. Now,
it's funny, man. We have all this information coming out about USAID's interference in global media, which we'll cover a little bit later. I can't imagine none of that went towards Zionist propaganda and Hasbara. Isn't it funny you're not seeing Elon tweeting any of that out?
No,
I can't imagine they're not finding anything like that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That is a good point. So here is special rapporteur and human rights lawyer Francesca Albanese of the United Nations explaining the illegality of Donald Trump's plans.
President Trump, where to start? The short answer to your question is what he proposes is utter nonsense.
Is what?
Utter nonsense. Is nonsense. And it's unlawful. What he proposes, people talk of ethnic cleansing. No, it's worse. It's forced displacement. Is inciting to commit forced displacement, which is an international crime. Forced displacement and further dispossession. And in the context of a genocide, it will strengthen the complicity in the crimes that Israel has been committing over the past 15 months and before. It's unlawful, immoral, and irresponsible. It's completely irresponsible because it will make the regional crisis even worse. And I truly hope that people will stay calm, will not panic, and will remember that the international community is made of 193 states. And this is the time to give the US what it has been looking for, isolation. We have survived 15 months of relentless bombing and killing, including through sniper fires. There is documentation of children who have been shot in the torso and in the head. And they have been living in tents without any access to water, any dignified access to water, shelter, food. And these people need to be helped. This is what we should really absorb, that this is a population of genocide survivors, and they need to be rescued before thinking of who's going to rebuild the Gaza. Of course, Gaza is going to be rebuilt and will be rebuilt, but no one has the right to say how Gaza will be rebuilt other than the Palestinians.
Exactly. Not too hard. Yeah. Not too hard to understand. But you know who thinks this is a great idea are Zionist influencers like Dr. Eli David. Says Gaza 2025, Gaza 2026. Wow, what meme game. Trump Hotel, Gaza. What meme game. Let's hear from the vile Chaya Raichik of Libs of TikTok. Call it the Maga Strip. Very funny. Let's hear from Nancy Mace. Let's turn Gaza into Mar-a-Lago. Nancy Mace. Max Blumenthal ratioed her with this response, which was quite impressive. That would be more challenging task than turning Ozempic-addled demon Nancy Mace into a human being, which did get the ratio he intended. With our help, happy to be a small assister there with the repost. Well done, Max. Jesse Waters thinks it's a great idea. Thinks it's really funny. Let's hear from Jesse Waters.
Maga Strip, the Maga Strip, the Maga in the Mediterranean, the Palestinian Riviera. Sounds nice. I don't know if you've seen the news, but Trump's taking over Gaza. Could be a state. Could have an American state before a Palestinian state. Things move fast around here. There's going to be condos, high-rises, Trump Tower. First, they got to clear it out. I'm not sure I'm ready to invest, but what do the Palestinians want? Well, we're going to send Johnny to find out. So tune in Jesse Waters Primetime if Johnny makes me mad.
Love to see that segment. Love to see that man on the street jaywalking style segment that they're putting together. I'm sure that's super classy. And finally, as we're going to get into the MAGA COPE. We're going to get into the COPE where some people say, look at Netanyahu's facial expression when Trump says that the U.S. is going to take over Gaza. It looks like he was surprised by this. It looks like he was blindsided by this. Well, no, it turns out Netanyahu calls Trump's plan to seize Gaza a remarkable one.
The idea of allowing first Gazans who want to leave. I mean, what's wrong with that? They can leave. They can then come back. They can relocate and come back, but you have to rebuild.
Really, that wasn't your position when you were slaughtering them like fish in a barrel. They weren't allowed to leave to escape your 2,000-pound bombs. Now you're saying, hey, what's the harm if they want to leave? Let them leave.
Gaza, if you want to rebuild Gaza, you can't have. This is the first good idea that I've heard. It's a remarkable idea, and I think it should be really pursued, examined, pursued. And done, because I think it will create a different future for everyone.
Okay.
I don't know if you're covering this, but you want to talk about MAGA COPE. They all tried to play it like Netanyahu didn't know this was coming.
I just said
he didn't approve of it. Yeah. I just said that when I introed it, and we will get to more of that as we go on, because that shoots that down. In fact, I'm going to keep that one in the video back end here, just in case I have to replay it during our MAGA COPE segment. But before we get to that, I recited this tweet. I guess I have it committed to memory. That's how proud I am of it. But Donald Trump brought the perpetrator of the most sinister and sadistic crime of our lifetimes to Washington to reward him for his genocide by promising Israel the very result they wanted all along. For anyone of any moral or political conviction, this alone nullifies any other good things you might be hopeful about over the course of these next 4 years. If it doesn't, you have no right to browbeat anyone who voted for Kamala as a lesser evil because you're making the exact same calculation about Trump. Remember when Kyle and Crystal made a big deal over free school lunches and legal marijuana and NLRB and all this stuff? And we said, well, I guess that's the price of a few 100,000 Gazans. Right. Well, if you're making those same calculations about Trump, then you have to rescind all of those statements. You can have that position. I mean, if you're Machiavellian like that, I mean, that's fine. Just own that. But you certainly have no right to browbeat any Kamala voters if you are going to cheerlead this administration in any way. As Russell said last time, you are collaborators. You are collaborators with, yes, Nazis. Congratulations, Donald Trump. You have earned that moniker. For you to invite Benjamin Netanyahu to the United States and give him the goal that he wanted long before October 7th, but certainly since October 7th, you are a Nazi. And anyone who collaborates with this administration and partners with them in any way, you are a Nazi collaborator. Congratulations. I don't care if you don't like me saying that. At this point, just the fact that he had him there. Don't tell me it's an opening salvo in a negotiation. Bullshit. You brought him to Washington, D.C. and gave him exactly what he wants, which is the extermination and purging of stolen land. For you to do that makes you a fucking Nazi. 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 I'll say it 100 times. Don't tell me it's an exaggeration anymore. You earned it. And we said over and over again, and we're going to get more into this in the next segment, but I think it's worth having this in two separate pieces. There was going to come a time very, very quickly when Trump took office where the pro-Palestine and pro-Trump position would not be viable anymore. And here we are. Right. Yeah. If you are jumping up and down, all excited about, oh, look at all the money Chelsea Clinton got from, and that is something you can still get excited about, tacitly or openly supporting this administration. Well, hey, man, if you're that flexible, you couldn't have found things like that about the Biden administration. Really?
Right.
Like, hey, look, they gave them support in this union negotiation. Oh, look, they appointed this very pro-labor person on the NLRB. oh, look, they're putting some money into rebuilding manufacturing. Now, I'm not a fan of I'm not making a case for them. We were against that campaign. But if that's where you're at, well, just admit it was about the pronouns. Like, just admit it, because other than that, why are you excited? Like, yeah, sure, it's nice to see these people that you were fighting against among the liberals and the liberal class in permanent Washington. It's nice to see them humiliated and embarrassed and exposed. But why would you support this? This is what I meant when I gave my speech at Rage Against the War Machine. There's something servile in human nature. There is something slavish in human nature. Like, most people want to bend the knee to somebody. They just do. They want to be part of some movement. They feel insecure. They feel insignificant. It makes them feel powerful to connect themselves and their lives and their brand in the world, to use modern parlance, to connect it to some big, powerful force. And I think a lot of people, as soon as Trump got in, even, they've been screaming for a year and a half about Palestine and Gaza, and it's a deal breaker. I won't support Biden. Oh, look what they exposed about USAID. Now you can talk about that and at the same time recognize, they're not actually getting rid of these things so much as they're taking control of them. That's what's absurd in and of itself. So you get rid of that. So even that, you kind of got to push to the side. So what do you got left? Yeah, you're getting, you just signed the thing that you're gonna, keep trans people out of sports that don't match their gender, and the DEI stuff, obviously, they're doing. So essentially, those kind of culture war things are enough for you. That's really what it hinges on, because what's the difference at that point? There are good things about this administration. Well, I would argue the things that they're actually doing or going to do, there's no more good things than there would have been under Biden, than there were under Biden, like, if that's what it is. So what's the tiebreaker for you? It's the culture war shit. So in the end, the Israel stuff was always a smokescreen for you to vent about DEI and pronouns while wrapping it up within this anti-genocide bow. But you were never really anti-genocide. You were just anti-pronoun.
Excuse me. That seems to be the rub. All right. Excuse me. I was able to load in those videos because I had a new system. So I was able to load them in numerical order while you went on your very good monologue there. So we are all set to go into the next segment, but we are going to pause for a few super chats here. Excuse me. I wanted blah, blah, blah. Hey, guys, I'm your friend from Egypt. My old username was Blosh Blosh. New username explains it.
That one.
I just wanted to applaud you for knowing Shahid Bolson. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Brent Yoendo says, holy hell, was Whitney Webb right about Ian Carroll? Well, we're getting to him next. Ian Carroll equals Bernie-style sheepdog from MAGA, says Brent Yoendo. Michael Castillo, excuse me, that interview was sick with Mark. Thank you. He should do a Daryl Cooper 30 episode going back to 1790. Yes, he was great.
You know what? He could do that. He could do it off the top of his head. That's what's amazing.
He was great. He was terrific. He was terrific. You will learn a lot. That was one of our more informative episodes. In fact, perhaps even our most.
It's probably the only.
Probably, in fact, the only. In fact, yes, it was the only informative episode we've ever done. Yes, that was the first informative episode we've ever done. Yes,
we're trying to chart our course in this new MAGA world.
Right. MAGA for Palestine says, relating to Bantus, they are called pygmies who are being and have been systematically killed off. Thank you, MAGA for Palestine. Fat, not so fat. Thanks for the 1999. The new WFH orders for government workers to return to office is stupid. Our base is adding new parking by just spray painting lines on gravel. The network infrastructure has been literally breaking because of increased users. Yeah, well, of course. Of course, it's dumb to do that just for the sake of it. As we mentioned, thank you for that generous donation. Funbad says, want to put this on your radar. A new proxy war on the verge of starting. This time it's the DRC versus Rwanda, backed by the UK, EU, and US. Complete evil. Thank you, Funbad, for that. Appreciate that. It is really tough to find stories to cover that are not like headline grabbers because there's so many headline grabbers. So appreciate the tips on the stories that fall past the headlines because we'll try and fit those in when we can. Noah Goop, colder than a witch's arse up here in Montreal. Happy Thursday, you beautiful bastards. Yeah, it's snowing here in upstate New York. Apparently it's snowing in the city too.
Yeah, it's snowing here too.
Mother Truckers, I'm currently attending a Reef and Stallion Super Pep Rally for the Eagles at my office. God help me. Sorry about the Mother Truckers thing. That's all right. Thank you. I like this one. My heart goes out to Ian Carroll. Thank you, Noah Goop. Appreciate that. Ken Tex again. I understand Bannon's take on the Trump administration strategy on flooding the zone, but seriously, is the wannabe emperor gonna a little too far recently in exposing himself? Yeah, I mean, that remains to be seen. That remains to be seen. The Elon's popularity is not high. I think his popularity is around 39 points. That's why I told you I think he's going to end the year around 40. I don't think Trump is going to be that popular for that long. I don't know what price there will be to pay for it because, as we'll see later in the show, the Democrats are just beyond laughable at this point.
It's a failure of our system, right to left, top to bottom, inside, outside. The whole system has just failed.
Yes.
There's nothing we can really do but look to taking it down.
Yes, that's exactly right. All right, folks, you guys are going to love this one. Russ is going to love this one. So, obviously, we know that Donald Trump just hosted Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington and offered him his exact objective, Israel's objective for its entire existence, which is the cleansing of the Gaza Strip and its absorption into greater Israel. I know Trump says the United States is going to take it over. We will get to all that because that is part of the COPE. Part of the COPE is that, no, it's not going to be Israel's, it's going to be ours. And Netanyahu doesn't like that so much. Really, really pathetic stuff. So we're going to start with the milder COPE, and then we're going to get heavier as we go. So we'll start light. We'll start very light here, where Dave Smith says, Trump has done a lot of good things in the last few weeks, but it's hard to overstate how awful the Gaza idea is. Committing an ethnic cleansing on behalf of Israel, who has wanted exactly that way before October 7th, and taking ownership of the region is about as awful an idea as any president has ever had. I hope he reconsiders. Yeah. So let me say, I think ass to mouth is an awful idea. That's an awful idea. That's not good for you. You shouldn't do that. Rewarding the war criminal of the century for his genocide. Yeah, right.
As
it makes
the
great
human
cinema.
Centipede demonstrated.
Yes.
Who would have thought?
That is an awful idea. Rewarding the mass murderer of our time for his campaign of mass murder makes you a Nazi mass murderer yourself. Donald Trump is now, as we stand here, an accessory after the fact to genocide. Biden was an accomplice to genocide. Trump is now the accessory after the fact. And in a few weeks, I have a feeling if things go the way they look like they're going to go, Trump will become also a partner, an equal partner in a continuing genocide campaign. I could be wrong about that. I certainly hope I am, but I don't think so. It's an awful idea. It's a really awful idea. That's it? That's all the smoke you got? Disappointing after your passion and knowledge over the past year plus. That's not my burner, I promise. That's somebody else. Picture unrelated. Nothing's happened yet other than Trump getting a ceasefire. I'm hoping this doesn't happen. If it does, there will be plenty of smoke. No, something very significant has happened. This is part of the COPE, is to downplay what happened on Tuesday as a negotiating tactic. Again, it's not an exaggeration. This would be like if Churchill surrendered and then hosted Hitler in London and said, you know what, this Poland thing isn't going to work. It's not going to work. I think we'll just clear out the East for you.
This is what we call among our people. We are both Jewish by ancestry. Keaton's kind of a daywalker, but he identifies that way.
Yes.
This is what you call a dancing MAGA Jew monkey.
Right.
Dave Smith has never seen a degradation or humiliation that he will not submit to in order to keep his audience. This is also what we call in the business audience capture. This is a man who was shown a picture, a meme, favorably comparing Nazis marching through Paris to drag queens at the Paris Olympics who couldn't just straight out say, yeah, that's fucked up, who felt a need to defend it. Now that is audience capture. That's what you call audience capture. He knows where his bread is buttered. He knows how much how much he needs to bring in to cover his nut, and he's not gonna piss off the people who fund him. That's it. You know, he'll go along with anything. That's why you can't take these people seriously. Like, don't tell me, oh, but he said some stuff about Trump and Israel. Look, when push comes to shove, these people will all put the knee pads on. They're not going to go to the wall.
Well, he just did an episode yesterday. He just did an episode yesterday talking about all the Maha stuff. And the Maha coalition, that's where most of the heaviest cope is coming from, because they're not quite all in on MAGA. They were the people who are like, yeah, we like the Maha, and so we'll team up with MAGA, even though MAGA's pro-genocide. We have to kind of pretend that they're movable on genocide, because otherwise, you know, we're trading in seed oils for genocide, right? And that's where a lot of this is coming from. Oops, sorry, wrong slide. Okay, well, like I said, that was that was nothing. That was nothing compared to what we're about to see. So here's Russell Brand. Yeah. And even this, the world.
I am the Eggman.
Yeah. So here's Russell Brand regarding the Israel-Gaza situation. Regarding the Israel-Gaza situation, as a Christian, when you read the Old Testament, you have to acknowledge that there's a unique, particular, and sacred relationship between the Jewish people and that land. Where is that line drawn, and what is permissible and what isn't? Let's hear it.
Problems would be the US's problem. Israel's problems would be the US's problems like never before, and the US would be permanently associated with Israel in the eyes of the world. Relatively ironic, right after Trump got elected to put America first, which I'm pretty sure didn't include settling a colony in the most conflictual land on earth. And in terms of soft power, not sure Americans have fully thought through the consequences of becoming one and the same with an apartheid ethno-nationalist state that's abhorred by such a large proportion of the world's population. That's where I would sort of declare my part as a Christian. When you read the Old Testament, you start to have to acknowledge that there is a unique, particular, and sacred relationship between the Jewish people and that land. And I wonder, where is it we're drawing the line of what's acceptable?
Okay, so this is in line with what Russell's thesis was last time.
When Diddy wants to shove an egg up your ass, and you already have half a dozen eggs in your ass. You can't put 7 eggs in the ass. So what do you do with the 6 eggs that are already there?
Yeah. Did he become a Christian so that he could equivocate on Israel? Because it sounds like maybe that was the Israel defense is the ends. I mean, if your blackmail theory is correct, that would make sense. That, hey, I'll become a Christian, so then I could say, well, I've kind of come to see this conflict through a different lens, because I'm on record advocating for the boycott of Israel. But now that I'm a Christian, I see this through a slightly different lens, where I get to both sides this in this way. Hold on, he's not done.
And let me just, for anyone who did not see my video, Diddy's compound was raided March 25th. He does his baptism in his tidy whities April 28th. I don't think that's a coincidence.
And that now gives him new perspective on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
To have to acknowledge that there is a unique, particular, and sacred relationship between the Jewish people and that land. And I wonder, where is it we're drawing the line of what's acceptable, permissible, and what's not acceptable? Are we saying that the colonization of America, for example, is unacceptable? Certainly would have seemed such to the people that were occupying this land.
Wow.
Yeah, we do say that.
We do say
that.
Yeah.
We do.
Actually, we do say that. Yeah.
It's so funny how they all go to that as if it's some kind of a mic drop rather than an admission of what the nature of Israel is.
Yeah. That is just, it doesn't even dignify a response, but where is the line? You know damn well where the line is. You were speaking out for Palestine your whole career up until a year and a half ago or whatever the fuck it was, where you converted to Christianity. It's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. Blakely, they're not referring to the modern created nation state of Israel, you goddamn fraud. Why are you really doing the dirty work for the regime? Is the question. Indeed.
We've become friendly with Blakely. I'll send her my video.
Yeah. Well, that is again on the milder side of things. Let's go to TikTok, shall we? The U.S. is not buying Gaza, so this is Lilo Rising, a fairly high-profile influencer, north of 100,000 followers. Wait till you hear this load of bullshit.
Is not buying Gaza. You guys just don't understand that Trump knows how to play the long game. When Trump said we are going to own Gaza, what he was saying is we are going to own the responsibility of what happened there, and we are going to step in to fix it since no one else seems to be stepping in. And you do not get to make the we don't need to stick our nose in other people's business argument if you were one of the ones that was on this app crying 6 months ago because you were begging someone to help them. The reason that Trump is even putting buying Gaza on the table is because Netanyahu does not want to end the ceasefire. He doesn't want to pull his troops out of Gaza, and he does not want to release the hostages. So what he did is he brought Netanyahu on national TV and threatened to buy Gaza from him if he is not going to do what he promised. Biden knew what he was doing when he arranged a temporary ceasefire that expired 2 months into Trump's presidency. He was kicking the can down the road. He wanted to make that Trump's problem, so now you can all blame everything that goes on Trump. But Trump doesn't play that game. Trump is a businessman. Trump knows how to make deals. Evidently, somewhere in that conversation with Netanyahu, he realized that Netanyahu doesn't want to make a deal. So what he did is he brought Netanyahu on national TV and he exposed his hand. But honestly, I don't even know why I'm making this argument because it is obvious that some of you guys are so desperate to hate Trump that even if he accomplished something crazy like world peace, y'all would never give him credit. But at the very least, can we please just stop misinterpreting everything that he says? Like, y'all do remember that before we had critical race theory, there was a thing called critical thinking, right?
Oh, wow. Wow, Christmas came early this year. We just had Christmas 6 weeks ago.
I feel like I just lost 2 IQ points.
Yeah. So that, like I said, it kind of keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Once again, here's Netanyahu on the proposed plan by Donald Trump.
Idea of allowing first Gazans who want to leave. I mean, what's wrong with that? They can leave, they can then come back, they can relocate and come back, but you have to rebuild Gaza. If you want to rebuild Gaza, you can't have, this is the first good idea that I've heard. It's a remarkable idea.
It's a remarkable idea.
Wow. He's shitting himself.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, he was totally blindsided.
Yeah.
Totally didn't expect that.
He hates
Trump
this
just cucked
idea.
him. Yeah, Trump really cucked him hard.
He hates this idea of doing what the Zionists have wanted for over 100 years.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yes. Gets even crazier, folks. So here's Lauren Lee, another Maha person, which, again, this is where the most severe COPE is coming from because they're not totally on board with the Trump project, but they had to sell it, right? They had to justify partnering with Trump. So here's Lauren Lee. This is making me emotional. Not only did Trump end the war against Gaza, he is now about to completely restore the region, rebuilding homes, rebuilding families. After Biden fueled and funded genocide for months, this is more justice than I ever hoped for. And she actually puts a Palestinian flag emoji at the end of that tweet. Now, this caught the eye of Ian Carroll, who at first said, bro. I don't know why he's calling her bro. It's a little weird, but this is the definition of ethnic cleansing. Maybe they're more woke than we thought. Who knows? Bomb them, starve them, then kick them out so Israel can have the land. Does anyone think even for 1 second Israelis will let Palestinians come back if this happens and then build a resort on top of the graves of thousands? So Ian, at this point, seemed to be sort of on the right track here. But she responds, actually, I missed the part where he's giving Israel anything. He specifically mentions restoring the Palestinian people who have been suffering. Seems like yours is a pretty pessimistic view to take, in my humble opinion. And she puts out a video. Now, this was 5 minutes. We're going to play a 2-minute clip of this because we'll be here all day if we played the whole video of every one of these. Do you really think Netanyahu is just letting the U.S. take over land they've been using as a pawn for 70 years? No, Bibi was blindsided.
He looks very blindsided.
Yeah, he sure looks really blindsided. Yeah. He sure looks very, very betrayed. This is Trump's policy to contain Israel. All right, now's when we get into the crazier stuff, folks.
If you guys know this or not, but Trump is awake. He is fully awake to the control AIPAC has on our government, to the fact that our war in Iraq was completely the fault of Netanyahu. In fact, listen to this clip. This is what Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, literally fully exposing Netanyahu to the world.
That war came from Netanyahu, actually. You know that? It's weird. And the way it is that Netanyahu had from 1995 onward the theory that the only way we're going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them.
So you guys tell me how, given the current state of Israeli occupation of the US government through AIPAC, through lobbying, through Hollywood, through pretty much every possible method of control, through branding itself as our closest ally, how
Through
should
Trump,
we contain
through the
Netanyahu?
MAGA movement.
Like, give me some
Through
ideas,
Elon
since you're
Musk.
so triggered seeing Donald Trump standing next to Netanyahu and seeing the Israeli flag in the background. You're so emotionally triggered that now you think there's some grand collusion and some grand plan as opposed to some actual strategy, some presidential strategy to contain Netanyahu. You tell me how, in this environment, we're supposed to confront and deal with Israel. It's really funny to me that so many of you claim to call out the Zionists and see through all of this kind of stuff, but yet you're not seeing that Zionists are going to be absolutely furious that the U.S. is going to be occupying Gaza, stabilizing.
They're not furious. They're not furious. We already know they're not furious. I just played Netanyahu saying this sounds like a remarkable idea. They're not furious at all. And as for how else would you deal with it? Okay, well, here's one plan I could think of right off the top of my head. And of course, the Palestinians would have to consent to this. How about we offer the Palestinians and the Israelis a land swap, since Israel is sacred land for the Palestinians as well. So why don't we make the Israelis move to Gaza and the West Bank, and then all the Palestinians living in Gaza and the West Bank get to move into what is now the Israeli territory. This way, they both get to live on that sacred land.
Sure.
Israel just gets to pick up the mess that they made and live there. And then the Palestinians, again, with their consent, we're not going to force them into anything. That's something they might go for.
That's what the Russians did with the Germans.
In action.
They made them clean up.
Yeah. Go in there. You live there. We'll take your land. You'll take our land. It's all sacred land, so you still get to live in your sacred homeland. The Israelis get to live in Gaza and the West Bank, and we get, Tel Aviv and Haifa. That's something that's worth floating. That's just off the top. I just thought of that just now. You're saying the only option is this?
Yeah. Only under the same conditions as the Palestinians have been living there, where the Israelis are not allowed to fish or swim out beyond a certain distance. Same conditions.
Right. You would have the Palestinians, army occupying those territories to make sure you guys can get out of hand. All that. Just do a trade. Just do a trade. Fair is fair, right?
The region. Donald Trump very clearly said the majority of people living in this area after we completely restore it will be Palestinians, and it will be a safe place for people of
total lie. He did not say that. He said just the opposite of that plenty of times.
All faiths. There are so many logical inconsistencies and jumps that you would have to make in order to say that this is intentional collusion and ethnic cleansing. It's not even funny. I am shocked that the people who are actually awake to the history of what's going on here and who know that Donald Trump has exposed Netanyahu are now freaking out just because they're a little triggered by the Israeli flag. I really think people just need to settle down, let the dust settle, look at the facts, and not just react emotionally.
I mean, how shameless do you have to be? Seriously? I mean, we had some fun. But
they are.
I mean, you have to have no shame whatsoever. It's just so
this is... Look,
really
I've tried to tell people this. Some people get upset about it because they don't want to think that they're being had. Nobody likes to feel like they're being conned. Being backstage, I rescued a republic. Now, I'm not saying these people aren't. I'm not saying this woman, when the camera is off, is like a vegan or something, and she's putting on that. It's not that they don't believe these things, but this shit, it's about brand building. It's all about brand building. In the end, they're just going to stay on brand. If they did think something that's off brand, they will not tell you. That's what I mean. It's not that they don't believe this, but they're only going to show you things that will work for their brand. And does she fully believe this? I don't know. Like, I don't know her personally. Like, will these people tell you shit you want to hear and leave out the fine print because they know that that's going to hurt them? They're going to get all the enraged micro penis crew. Oh,
right.
No, Trump is right about everything. You know, like they know,
Right,
their audience. So they're, even if they are smart enough to realize this is mostly bullshit, they might be like, she's MAGA. Does she believe everything she's saying here literally? Probably not. I mean, she doesn't seem that dumb. Like the woman in the car, I think, believed what she was saying. This one, she seems a little more sophisticated than that. This is a brand. This is the funny thing about the shift to independent media. Look, when you moved from one means of delivering news and commentary to another, you didn't change people, right? So very quickly, the independent content creators rediscovered the same patterns in viewing that the big networks did. And they started catering and cutting and curating their product in exactly the same way with exactly the same incentives.
Right. Exactly. And this is what COPE is, right? COPE is not necessarily you're lying. COPE is you're lying to yourself. You're trying to deceive yourself into thinking of something that makes such little sense. And that's what we call in the business folks COPE. So
most people are not comfortable living in their own hypocrisy or seeing themselves that way. They'll convince themselves that this is what they believe.
So here she is. Obviously, we just saw this video, and this was part of a back and forth with Ian Carroll, who saw this video and thought, that's being a pro. That's how you cope like a pro. Yup, I agree, Lauren. You were right, and I was wrong on first glance. I do not think Israel wants this outcome. Glad you stuck to your guns and didn't fold. Respect America, baby. Yes, that is exactly the angle I take to maintain my audience. So then he posts this. Unpopular opinion. There seems to be more to Trump's plan for Gaza than meets the eye. Now, this is pretty viral here. And so you could watch the whole thing if you want. It's 10 minutes. We're not going to watch 10 minutes. I promise I did not misrepresent anything in this edit, but this is a sort of 5-minute highlight reel of this video in the case he makes.
Super unpopular. There's no winning here. So yesterday, Trump announced that he wants to send American troops to take Gaza for America. And at first glance, this is like Bibi's wet dream, and he seems like he's eating it up because this has been the plan all along. They were never here for peace. They never wanted the hostages. They wanted to flatten Gaza and colonize it with more Israeli settlers until eventually Gaza is no more. Then they can turn to the West Bank and deal with that. And America's been kicked in the dick by Israel so many times for so long that it makes perfect sense to just...
All right. So, look, I met Ian, and up until this point, I would have considered him an honest actor who means what he's saying. But now I see he's actually got terrible modern art in his apartment. I think he might actually be a lib.
Right.
I think he might actually be a lib. So he might actually be the rare case where he doesn't believe anything that he's saying. Because I can't imagine a real Maha person actually putting a nail in their wall and hanging that.
Take that read of this situation. Trump has accepted huge amounts of money from Zionists like the Adelsons. He's got all kinds of Zionist ties. He's proclaimed his allegiance to Israel many, many times. But when we try to give an explanation for what we see in the world, you have to actually see like what is actually happening. Every little thing about it has to be explained by your thesis. If there's something that's not explained by it, then your thesis might be wrong, because the real explanation for what's really going on explains everything that's going on. And if there's something off, you should look at that. Before we get too deep into this, let's be clear. I am not optimistic. I am super concerned. Either that Trump is going to do a half-assed job of this and then Israel will swoop in and continue what they started, or that Trump is playing everybody and it's really just a play for his donors from Israel and it's actually just an Israel thing. But there are pieces of evidence of what's going on here that point to a bigger play that we should all at least be aware of. And one can hope. Okay? So here is the part that doesn't make sense. Trump and Bibi's relationship has been strained lately. It's been weird. Trump has recently reshared Jeffrey Sachs calling Netanyahu a deep, dark son of a bitch. Trump has...
Yeah, it can't be that he shared that so that idiots like you would manufacture consent for him when he gives Israel Gaza, right? Can't buy. Oh, he tweeted this video where a guy calls Netanyahu a son of a bitch. So
well, the Biden administration did the same exact thing.
Right,
They kept leaking Biden has had enough of Netanyahu, and then the next week he'd give him billions more dollars.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called plausible deniability, and it seems to be working, at least to hold the Maga alliance together.
Snubbed Bibi on a number of occasions, and Bibi did not attend Trump's inauguration after Trump said some stuff that maybe caused some friction. It's hard to say. And then the internet started to notice that it doesn't look like Trump told Bibi about this announcement before the press conference where he announced it. Here, check this out.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site, and get rid of the...
Obviously, you got to watch that for yourself and don't...
Oh, well, that changes everything there.
Yeah,
I mean, he looked at him like,
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I take it all back. I
Yeah.
take it all
Trump
back.
cucked him.
Yeah, he cucked him.
Your own interpretation. Bibi is trying to stay behind a poker face. It's hard to tell what he's thinking. But based on his body language, I think there's at least a reasonable chance that he didn't know about this in advance. And if that's true, it kind of forces a reassessment of what's going on here. So let's do our best to step into Trump's shoes and look at this from something like his perspective and try to figure out what he thinks is going on. And I'm not saying I endorse this, and I'm not saying that I think that Trump is right. I don't have a good solution, because any solution where you let Palestine and Israel keep doing what they're doing will inevitably end in more bloodshed. It just will. Either you move all the Jews out and you get rid of Israel, and that's full of bloodshed and problems, or you let Israel ethnically cleanse and genocide.
Why is that full of bloodshed and problems? Why don't we do what I suggested? We just do a land switch. You just switch it. We oversee it. We make the deal. We send our troops there as peacekeeping forces so that nobody gets hurt in the process. Israel moves into Gaza. Gaza moves into Israel. Israelis move into the West Bank. The West Bank is moving to Israel. It's a trade. It's a trade. Yeah.
Gaza, and that's duh. And so what Trump is doing is he's stepping in and putting the American military in Gaza and taking Gaza as an American space. And if you really think about it, that actually takes a huge amount of power away from Israel if you do that with a uncorrupted American government. We can't undo what has been done.
First of all, this whole idea of, well, it's going to be a U.S. space, not an Israeli space.
He's suggesting if we're unburdened by what has been.
Yes. I really pity you if you are gullible enough to believe that that land will not end up in Israel's hands if the United States, quote unquote, takes it over. I have even more sympathy for you, or I have even more pity for you, I should say. Not sympathy, certainly not sympathy, but I pity you even more if you feel you have to make yourself believe that in order to satisfy your audience, because that is just absolutely fucking preposterous. And for a guy who now he says, because he put in a follow-up tweet, he tagged some people, hey, people who know more about this than me, maybe you could tell me if this is a good idea or not. If you've studied this issue at all, you know that is absurd. That is absurd. That U.S. annexation of Gaza will not end up meaning that Israel controls Gaza. Absolutely absurd.
Well, and not only that, you're supposed to be America first. How has it ever gone when America has tried to occupy parts of that region?
Right.
You want Afghanistan? You want snipers taking out American troops for the next 20, 25 years? Yeah. Like, Israel aside, why would you want America there? And the idea that you could do this without troops, obviously, that's ridiculous. You can't believe America should do this and then say we're not going to send troops. There's no way to do this without them. So now you're talking about dropping American troops in there probably forever, really. I mean, if you really decided to follow through with this crackpot scheme, they'd be there forever. That doesn't sound like what the MAGA people were about until the dear leader said it. Now all of a sudden they're finding their way clear to a bright side. Especially, again, I mean, as you point out, look, Ian's making a living, man. He's making a living. And I'm sure his audience is not very viewpoint diverse in regards to the dear leader. He has to climb down. He probably got a lot of shit. He probably got a lot of pushback. You can tell from some things he says later in the video. Some of the people that we tangled with, he probably gets a lot more of those people not being Jewish, because he feels a need to go out of his way to say, well, so, what do we do about Jews. Well, genocide is not, Why do you feel a need to specifically talk your audience down from genociding Jewish people? So this is the audience that he has to negotiate with if he doesn't want to go get a job at a Chili's, and he's going to say what he's got to say.
Have to deal with the present situation, and we have to try to find a solution that has the least bloodshed possible. And while there are some serious colonial and ethnic cleansing concerns of moving all the Palestinians out and rebuilding the whole place in like an American image and allegedly allowing them to move back in, which I am super skeptical of, not to mention even theorizing that they're going to leave willingly in the first place. Like, it sounds like we're about to have American troops fighting Hamas to try to get Palestinians to leave, because why the fuck would they trust Trump when they say, oh yeah, we'll build it back better for you and then let you come back? Like, they have no reason to believe that.
Good point.
But this is a super hypothetical.
That point's so good it almost ruins the point of making this video.
Yeah, it kind
but
of
it's worth considering. Okay, and I'm not saying I think this is the most likely or this is real or true. I'm just saying that it's worth considering. If you really wanted to deal with Israel's influence over the United States, you would have to deal with their influence at home by dismantling their blackmail networks, by exposing their media corruption, and by getting rid of all of the complex, interconnected traitorous kind of like dealings that are happening behind the scenes. And we have seen progress towards that point, no less the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein and now the election of Pam Bondi.
Well, we know he was on the plane, not only on the plane a couple times, multiple times. He traveled internationally.
Who's openly going after Jeffrey Epstein and talking about releasing those files or something along those lines. You have to take away a lot of the American deep states, like intelligence agency corrupt power networks, like USAID, for example. And that would hamstring their ability.
See, this is where it gets really sleazy and dishonest, to suggest that because Pam Bondi had some harsh words for Jeffrey Epstein, and because Trump is gutting USAID, that means he must really be secretly going after Israel. Pam Bondi is anti-Israel because she has bad words for Jeffrey Epstein. This is just ludicrous. It's so dishonest. It's such a dishonest argument. Pam Bondi is anti-Israel? Pam Bondi, who wants to pass off student protesters to the FBI to be interrogated and perhaps deported, perhaps sent to Guantanamo Bay now? She's anti-Israel. Gutting the USAID is a step against Israel because it's dismantling the media apparatus that does Israel's propaganda. Pathetic. Miserable.
Well, it's like religion. If you're going to present the idea, which not all religions do, but in the Judeo-Christian tradition, God is benevolent, right?
Yeah.
So how do you explain all the horrors of the world? You need the devil.
Right.
You're going to get more and more elaborate with your mythology as your mythology comes up against reality. So you've got this very false premise that Donald Trump is not owned by Israel.
Right.
And he's this master strategist, and he actually gives a shit about his supporters. And when you run up against reality, we're going to put in shopping malls with the plants. It's going to be beautiful. Well, now you have to get into more and more elaborate justifications. You have to create this whole mythology that will make it all make sense. That clearly doesn't fit with reality.
Of course. He has to spin a conspiracy theory to connect dots to paint a false picture of something that is not there. The idea that Pam Bondi is an anti-Israel appointee is ludicrous.
Of course.
The idea that the dismantling of U.S. aid in any way hurts Israel
It's the one thing
ludicrous.
They're not talking about.
Ludicrous.
You're telling me they found all this stuff about transgender dance troops and shit,
Right.
and they haven't found any manipulation of media to cover Israel favorably? That's the one thing they didn't find in those files? Get the fuck out of here.
Ability to corrupt politics and, policy here at home. But you'd also have to deal with what's going on over there and stop them from having this kind of endless war machine kind of excuse to get American tax dollars and to play the victim and to sort of construct this narrative around what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And taking it over for America will do that. It's also the best shot that Palestinians have at actually getting like a real functioning state with an economy, with buildings, with infrastructure, with food. And let's be clear, I don't think Trump is doing this because he like identifies with the Palestinian Trump struggle. I don't think he's doing this out of like just the goodness of his heart. If
there is no goodness in his heart, he is now a Nazi. He can now be accurately called a Nazi because he invited the Nazi of our times to Washington and awarded him the victory that he sought using absolute Nazi tactic. So there is no goodness in his heart.
He's even doing this. If anything, he would be doing this for his ego and his legacy, which is fine by me. And if, big if, he actually was doing this to the ends of peace and, defanging Israel, then he would go down in history as one of the greatest presidents in my lifetime, for sure, and possibly in American history.
Wow.
Most of the solutions, when you really get down to it, end up being genocide in the other direction. And that's not okay. We need a solution that can end the conflict, separate the parties, and basically tell everyone to take a fucking time out. And I can picture, I can imagine, I can optimistically hope that this is potentially a way to do that.
Oh, wow. I feel better already. And you notice everything ends up having to both sides it, right? At the end there, he says, well, the alternative is genocide in the other direction. No, it's not. In fact, that's a classic Zionist talking point, which is that the Arabs are trying to wipe Jews off of the earth, right? That's not what this is. That is not what this is, number one. Number two, if you look at the way he ends this video, it's very similar to the way, whatever her name is, Lauren Lee, ends her video. Well, I guess you're just triggered by the sight of an Israeli flag, right? He ends up, well, I guess both sides just have to chill. Russell Brand, well, yeah, I mean, there are lines you shouldn't cross in war, but if you're a Christian, you believe Israel has a claim to the land. It all ends up very both sidesing it. That is cope. That is pure cope. And it is just so shameful. And the reason, one of the reasons this pisses me off so much is because we've been saying this now for 6 months, more than 6 months. I mean, we've been saying this for almost a full year now, that you're going to be able to run this grift of being pro-MAGA and pro-Palestine until Donald Trump is actually the one in charge of this. And that's not going to be tenable anymore. And now it is not tenable. And so now we said, we made this point in reference to Ian Carroll when he went after Elon. We said we're going to see where he lands once Trump gets in office. And now he's trying to have it both ways. And it's not working. It cannot work. It cannot work.
Well, it can work on these people. I mean, it can work. All they really care about is it going to work on their audience? And for the most part, it will. For the most part, it will. As we'll see when we get into the Lee Fang portion of the show. You got these people claiming that USAID gave money to Jeffrey Epstein, and it's a guy with the same name. You're not dealing with the Mensa Society here. And hey, that's true with the libs too. I'm not making the argument conservatives are exceptionally stupid. I would make the argument that people are exceptionally stupid. And you just have to throw out the right kind of propaganda to the audience that you're feeding propaganda to. With the libs, I wrote a tweet to this effect. With the libs, their whole thing, their whole psychology, the way they pitch things to them is they are deeply insecure about their intelligence and their cultural cachet. So you pitch things to them about dumb rednecks and how bad education is in red states, right? That's the kind of thing they share around and that appeal to them. With the people who are more attracted to the more right-wing brand, they tend to be insecure about their toughness, about their status, about their competence. So you throw out a lot of kind of bootstrap stuff where you make the enemy somebody who's living off the system or dependent on the government or taking advantage or taking a handout. You throw that to them and they eat it up. And either way, they're not going to ask a lot of questions because these things are myths on both sides, where if you just pull a little thread, the whole carpet will come apart. But people don't want to pull those threads because then they'd have to ask who they are. And they don't want to do that. That's what this functions as. It gives people a substitute for an identity.
Exactly. All right, we have more. We're not done. So, I mean, I can't help but notice. Doesn't look like anyone told him in advance. Oh, well, we won't play the video again, but we showed you earlier in this segment. Netanyahu, totally comfortable with this idea. In fact, he likes it. It's the first good idea he's heard in a while. Help me out here, Ian. What is the best outcome for the Gaza Strip and the good people that live there? Ian Carroll says to use a time machine and go back to the Battle of Waterloo and stop the Rothschild messenger from reaching London. present day solutions, honestly, I can't think of any plan that would stop the killing other than U.S. occupation. I don't like it, but I can't think of any other way to spill less blood. So there's nothing we can do except grant Netanyahu victory. There's nothing the United States can do when the United States funds this entire state. We fund Israel. Israel would not exist without our help. There's nothing we can do except grant them the total victory that they sought and perpetrated a Holocaust in order to win. We have no other option.
What could we do about the state that is wholly dependent on our military and financial aid?
Exactly. What can we do? Nothing but this, apparently. Misty Winston, holy fucking shit, fuck this guy. In response to that. And, you know, Ian likes to respond to people. He says, so no good faith discussion of points, no debate over what should be done, no furthering the conversation, no articulation of why I'm incorrect. Real helpful. Well, Misty plays along. Where I come from, it's pretty obvious why supporting a continued illegal occupation and ethnic cleansing is bad, actually. When has increased U.S. involvement ever worked out for any of these places? The list of countries we've destroyed with our involvement, on the other hand, is vast, and we've already helped destroy Palestine. Further, I'm not interested in continuing to support the status quo on this, which is exactly what you're doing. Yes, anyone serious about ending the slaughter and destruction would call for discontinuing all aid and funding for Israel from the United States. Hey, there's another solution. See, we're brainstorming. They would call for the people involved in what is happening to be held accountable, not running cover for it and pretending like the people who started the fire should be the ones trusted to put it out. Well said. Your continuous blind spot and willingness to constantly overlook the glaring red flags is, well, a red flag. We've all seen your Trump apologia and months of weak excuses and justifications. I'm hardly the first person to notice or call it out. I've seen many people well more qualified than I am attempt to have these conversations with you. Very well said. More COPE. From Scott Adams, I hate that sleeping on this changed my opinion. First reaction, hell no, I hate everything about this. Current opinion, see, they are telling you they're full of shit. They're telling you my first reaction was this is horrible, so I stayed up all night.
And then I thought about it.
I stayed up
thought
all
about
night
my brand,
thinking about how I could save my brand by spinning this into something good. They're letting you know their first reaction was this is terrible, and that they had to stay up all night long and pour coffee all night figuring out how they're going to bullshit morons like you into still supporting them. Current opinion, not you, our audience, you, the general you, obviously. All right. Trump just ended a perma war between Hamas and Israel by informing them they will no longer have a common border, one way or another. It's not a bluff, but it will have the effect of sharpening the thinking of everyone in the region. I'd expect some frantic counteroffers. In his inimitable way, Trump is generating new options in a land that had none, and he's doing it by presenting himself as the common enemy to both sides. He is not the common enemy to both sides. Netanyahu came out and said he loved the idea. It's just pathetic. The last thing I want is the USA owning Gaza. Apparently, that's not the last thing you want, because there are plenty of options outside of that, as we've been articulating this entire segment.
Yeah.
But it's also the last
Israel.
thing.
That's the most
Defund Israel.
MAGA. That's the most MAGA solution I can imagine.
Yeah, that's the most America first thing I could think of. The last thing I want is the U.S. owning Gaza. But if it's also the last thing all the countries in that region want, something productive could come out of it. Again, it's not because Netanyahu knows that when he says U.S. ownership, he means Israel ownership. He knows that's what that means. It's so obvious that that's what that means. I mean, you have to be such a sleazebag to try and convince people otherwise.
Why would you want open-ended American occupation in the Middle East?
Right.
I thought we're against that.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Finally, here's Andrew Tate, big man Andrew Tate. I'm giving Trump the benefit of the doubt. He simply made it clear nobody gets the land unless they convince him and act how he wants. It's a negotiation play. Revolutionary Blackout Network, our friend Nick Cruz. You're a pathetic beta male who sucks up to Zionists because you are too cowardly to challenge their power. Sad. Yes.
Get your fucking
Excellent.
shine box.
That's right. Perfectly said. In fact, so perfectly said that Andrew Tate blocked him. Andrew Tate blocked me for this. LMFAOOOO. These fake tough guys who suck up to Zionists are so pathetic. Wow.
What happened? I thought these guys are so down to debate.
Oh, they're so tough.
I thought the libs were the snowflakes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. They're so tough. He blocked him. Blocked him for that. Nick goes on, this is like the only time I interacted with this clown and I immediately hurt his feelings. They are not used to dealing with real Marxist men. They are used to soft, politically correct liberals. Exactly. But he goes on, I explained on my show many times, and this is also true, the skinny young college kid who protests against the Zionist-controlled police state is way more alpha than cowards like Andrew Tate, who are too afraid to confront corrupt capital. Yes. Instead, they bow to corrupt capital in hopes that they will be allowed in the club. Yep. This is true beta behavior. Absolutely. Yep. Perfectly said, my friend. Yep. Perfectly said, my friend. So there you have it. What a bunch of fucking losers. I mean, what a bunch of losers. It really, I mean, it is just, it's as pathetic a thing as I've seen, you know, since we started this show. To see all these people try and spin this into something positive or into a negotiation. You just saw 15 months. Is it because there's been a ceasefire for a few weeks? Do you forget what it felt like to watch little girls with their skulls blown open? And now he brings in the guy who did that on an industrial scale and gives him victory. And you're going to fucking make excuses for it. You are pathetic. You are absolutely fucking pathetic. Bottom of the barrel. The shit on the bottom of a barrel.
I mean, with the podcasters, there's an economic brand incentive. They're not all of a sudden gonna oppose their moneymaker, right? They're just not gonna do that. Those like Carol, who actually articulated an anti-Zionist argument, they're gonna do that. Yeah, well, hey, look, it's complicated. They're gonna fall back on it's complicated.
Right.
You know, that's Russell Brand. Basically, yes, and also the Bible. You know, they're going to find a way to pretend to have some kind of integrity. They're going to pretend that, like Konstantin Kassin with his absurd video. Yes, I thought about it, and I studied it, and now you know what I realized. Israel is right about everything.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I'm sure that was not a foregone conclusion. This is something you spent late nights sitting there.
Yeah. Right.
Over tomes by candlelight to come up with that. That's what the ones who consider themselves intellectuals, or that's part of their branding. That's what they're going to do. They're going to pretend that they are really thinking about all these nuances. But in the end, that's their brand. That's how they make money. With the average person who goes along with this, man, they don't really give a shit. You know, MAGA, mostly, in my experience, they weren't for this, but they were always willing to go along with it.
Of course. Yep.
You know, when he had the Madison Square
Garden just like the Kamala people. They weren't necessarily for it, but they're willing to go along with it.
Exactly. They're exactly the same. The people who have no excuse are the people who strongly opposed Harris and Biden because of the genocide, and also refused to bend the knee to Trump, who are going to go along now. Trump's cleaning up the government. He's not cleaning up the government. He's reorienting it to the interests of him and his wing of the oligarchy. The deep state has been defeated. What more could they have won than what they're winning with this administration? But Harris would not have been able to go out there and say, yeah, no, I'm putting up a shopping mall with some nice potted plants in Gaza, and it's going to be an American thing. She couldn't have said that.
Exactly. Well, yes.
They need Trump, and they need his base to go along with it. They never would have gone along with that if that had been pitched by a Democrat. It gets pitched by Trump. Yeah, no, you know that I think about it. Right? That's it. How were they defeated? They got everything they wanted through Donald Trump.
All right. We got one more piece of this, one more piece of the Gaza story, and then we have more show. We're going to take some super chats here. Let's see here. Want to put this on your radar, says Fun Bad. A new proxy war. Oh, no, I got that one already. Thanks, Fun Bad. M. Smith, thanks for the $4.99. They won't be able to come back as they won't be able to afford the beachfront property. Thank you, M. Smith. Whereskill, MAGA equals Miriam Adelson's genocide assistant. Thank you, Whereskill. Appreciate that. Michael Castillo. Where's Michael Castillo? Where are you? there. Sorry, I lost it for a second. I will get it back. I will get it back. Man, where the hell did it go? Sorry. The back end was giving me a problem. From a Jimmy Dore super chatter, MAGA means Miriam Adelson's goals achieved. Thank you, Michael Castillo. Sparky, Trump could modify his plan by keeping the Palestinians as construction workers in worker housing inside of Gaza, like many big projects throughout history. That'd really piss off your boy, Bibi. He can give them H-1B visas. They can come here. How about that? Sparky, I'm not getting my hopes up, though. Guy, thanks for the $5. Trump's legacy will be that he is the modern-day Hitler if he actually does this. The left will be right about that. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty damn... I mean, you're right. Like, he will be... Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. He is already a collaborator. You really cannot say any longer that he's not a Nazi after Tuesday. No matter what happens. No matter what happens. You roll out the red carpet for Netanyahu and give him a victory, which is what he floated, which is victory. Not a negotiating tactic. It was victory. That's what he offered him. Well, thank you. Trump forced a ceasefire and talks about ethnic cleansing. Biden talked about ceasefire and supported ethnic cleansing. Thank you, Theater in a Fire. Trump talks about ethnic cleansing. Once again, you are minimizing what he did. You're minimizing the fact that he is granting Netanyahu a victory. And you can't call it a negotiating tactic if Netanyahu is for it. If Netanyahu's for it and Trump is for it, then it's not a negotiating tactic.
You see him? You see him? He's grinning from ear to ear.
Right. So now, what are the possibilities now? If Jordan and Egypt hold firm, then that's a door closed. If they don't hold firm, you still have to get the Palestinians out. If the Palestinians refuse to leave, then what do? Do you go there and force them out? Are they willing to do that? If not that, what is the solution? Do you leave the Palestinians there, or do you not get to phase 2 in a ceasefire and you go and you kill the rest of them? Like what? Like how does this play out in a way that minimizes what happened on Tuesday? There is no way. There is no way because they are in agreement on what they want to do. They've always been in agreement. Sharing a video where Jeffrey Sachs calls him a son of a bitch does not matter. Does not matter. These are not YouTubers in a beef. These are world leaders. They understand, that sometimes you have to make it look like you hold some cards because maybe you'll bring those to a negotiation. Maybe you won't. They're not swayed by that, right? Brad Gilbert, new Trump song. I'll make it fun at the GACA. There you go. I like that one. Thank you. Nobody, thanks for the $5. Deep Truth Seekers, free PDF books, Masters in the Path by C.W. Ledbetter, and Annie by Alice Bailey, Annie Besant, Helena Blavatsky, Benjamin Cream, and Helena Roerich. Thank you. Tusker. Oh, look, another Christian that doesn't believe in the 10 Commandments. Remember the ones about killing and stealing. Thank you, Tusker. Hi, Tusker. Been a while, Tusker.
What are you doing? You ain't working?
Ain't working. Watching us at work. Be careful with those X-ray machines. Cryo-Synth, thanks for the $5. Egg prices are high because Russell Brand is shoving them all up his bum to prove his love to Shmuley. Guys, creating an egg shortage. It's a good one. Thank you, Cryo-Synth.
All right, man. If I ever get close enough, I'm gonna ask him if he's causing the egg shortage.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's rumors that you're behind the egg shortage. Because 67, it's mind-boggling these clowns want to build the Trump Gaza Country Club over a mass grave of women and children. And thank you, because appreciate that. The China Shell, in your interview with Mark, it was said NYC was a nice place to visit, but you never want to live there. I've heard similar things to say about Brisbane, Australia, a place to dodge responsibility. Thank you, China Show. What up,
Brisbane?
DD, says Con the Strike. Are you guys going to be hosting Jimmy's again in 2 weeks? Been out of it for a while. Great show. I don't think so because he's away the same week that we're away. Russ is going to be in Seattle for Workers Strike Back. So we'll both be sort of out of town, if you will. Nina
I think the Vanguard guys are doing it.
Yeah, they're doing it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nina Kant, born and raised in Kansas City, but I give two shits about the Super Bowl. We get nothing out of it but a trash parade that the city pays for. Chiefs win, we lose. Thank you, Nina. Appreciate that. George says, last week you mentioned antidepressants. I've prescribed psych meds and things are working out smashingly. Also, Glorp and Zerfingal plus intestinal fortitude, in case you were wondering. All right, cool. Yeah, like I said, I'm not like I've always been afraid to take them. I'm not down on them. They work for. I know people who need them, who like get very unstable if they don't take them. So it's, to each their own, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think we made that clear when we covered it.
Yeah, I'm not like down on them. No,
It's
if you need it, you need it.
It's overprescribed.
Yeah.
Way overprescribed. And there have been a lot of studies showing that actually I would argue most people with depression, there are holistic approaches that work better and that are more lasting, obviously without side effects. Meditation, yoga, exercise, social interaction. Usually depression can be cleared up with those things. Now, there are cases where they can't, and yeah, maybe those medications are useful, but they're just handing them out like cotton candy to anybody who's having a bad day. That's really what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a prescription. You go into the doctor. You tell them you're feeling depressed. They'll just write it for you that day.
Right.
Yeah.
And
like I said, I know people.
That's wrong. It should be a last resort, not a first resort.
Yeah. I mean, I know people who are, who really do depend on them. So it's not a judgment thing. But yeah. So I'm not like wholesale saying they shouldn't be doled out. Let's see. Virtuoso, Trump will invade Gaza after he's done with Greenland, Panama, and Canada. I roll. Okay. Well, I mean, if you don't think it's a big deal that he invited Hitler to the White House and said, you win, congratulations, then I think that says more about you than it says about us. Virtuoso, thanks for the $5. I blame P. Diddy and Russell Brand for the inflated value of eggs because they might have influenced the public. Make America kinky again. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let's keep going. All right, so we got one more component to the Gaza story today. So, folks, let's hear what the liberals have to say about Trump's plans to take over Gaza, because we've heard so much from them about Gaza this past 15 months. They care so much about Gaza, right? Well, apparently now they do. MSNBC and CNN are finally interviewing Palestinians on the ground in Gaza because of Trump. Why didn't they interview Palestinians while Biden and Kamala was slaughtering them? So we showed you guys the CNN video in a prior segment. So if you're watching the clip of this, you can see the CNN video in the general sort of Gaza segment. We're not going to replay that again, but we will play some of this MSNBC segment.
Minister Bibi Netanyahu is doing in the United States, along with President Trump as well. But when you speak to civilians here, Israelis on the streets in Tel Aviv, they believe the Palestinians have a right to remain in Gaza. And then there are the Palestinians themselves, the Gazans. We actually have a brave group of journalists on the ground in Gaza talking to Palestinians. They're asking them about what they think, Jose. I want you to take a listen to that, and then we'll talk on the other side.
Here in Palestine, all the Palestinians refuse the idea, and we will be insisted on our land.
So apparently that was it. They found one that was camera ready that they asked about Donald Trump. So now they're trying to see that this would be a great like SNL skit. MSNBC trying to make resistance libs out of the Palestinians. They go up to there. So what do you think about Donald Trump's misogynistic attacks on Fannie Willis? What do you have to say about that? I say, who? What? Yeah, but there they go. So no, MSNBC, now they're curious about what the Palestinians have to say.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly, yes. No, now they think they should hear from the Palestinians. When it was Joe Biden dropping bombs on their head, they didn't want to hear from them. In fact, they wanted to keep that, as sort of out of the news as they could, right? They say this is just one issue among many. Hey, I know there's a genocide, but think about reproductive rights. Think about the NLRB, right? Think about climate change. That's what, you had Sanders go, well, there's other important issues as well, right? But now they want to hear from Gaza. In fact, now Democrat Al Green just brought articles of impeachment against President Donald Trump over the threat of ethnic cleansing in Gaza.
Over Gaza?
Wrong. I think it's wrong.
You got to be shitting me. I didn't even hear this.
Well, it's wrong. What he's saying there is not true. The text of that. I don't think he brought articles of impeachment yet, but he is saying that the ball is now rolling. I don't know if it's formalized at this moment, but here's Al Green.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, with a to whom it may concern message. To whom it may concern, ethnic cleansing in Gaza is not a joke. especially when it emanates from the President of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, when he has the ability to perfect what he says. Ethnic cleansing in Gaza is no joke, and the Prime Minister of Israel should be ashamed, knowing the history of his people, to stand there and allow such things to be said. Ethnic cleansing has been a crime against humanity.
You don't say.
And I stand here today in the well to denounce what was said, to denounce what the president said, to denounce the complicity of the Prime Minister of Israel, and to remind people that Dr. King was right. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And injustice in Gaza is a threat to justice in the United States of America. I rise to announce that the movement to impeach the president has begun. I rise to announce that I will bring articles of impeachment against the
He will
president
bring them, so he hasn't brought them yet.
for dastardly deeds proposed and dastardly deeds done. I also rise to say that the impeachment movement is going to be a grass-up movement, not a top-down. The people have got to move forward. The people have to demand it. And when the people demand it, it will be done.
The people have to protest for Palestine. Not like they've been doing that for the last 15 months. Now I'm against ethnic cleansing. Now it's a great moral crime. Wow.
Like the level of hypocrisy is just
yeah.
How
it's
do
just
you
absolutely
even do
fucking
that?
mind-blowing.
All
3
of a
weeks
sudden,
ago,
this
ethnic cleansing
became an
wasn't a
issue.
crime. Right.
A year
this is
and a
impeachable
half.
offense now. Yeah.
A year and a half, we've been watching children blown apart. And you have the fucking balls to get up and make a speech like that? Like this just started?
Like this just started.
Wow.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Well, you
Scum
want to
of the
see...
earth, man.
You want to see the Democratic Party in a nutshell? This is a perfect encapsulation. So here's Medea Benjamin, who caught up with Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut, and asked him not just about Trump's comments, but about funding Israel. And this is really the Democratic Party in a nutshell.
And what do you think the U.S. should do about it after supporting Israel?
Do you think Trump's serious? Do you think he really intends on invading and occupying Gaza? Obviously, that's an impossibility. He's trying to distract Americans from the theft that is happening domestically.
So what's the Democratic solution to Gaza right now?
So ultimately, you need to have a plan for who controls Gaza moving forward. So that can't happen without the Palestinians.
What about the $8 billion that's in the hopper?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, Medea.
All right, gotta go.
Thanks,
Hey, there you go. What do you think about what Trump said? Well, I don't think he's serious. What should we do with Gaza? Well, we have to involve the Palestinians in the process. All right, so what about that $8 billion that we're sending to Israel? Good or bad? Gotta go. Sorry.
Yep.
Peace.
Thanks, guys.
That's them in a nutshell. That is them in a nutshell.
Well,
On
if you
go ahead.
If you saw well, I don't want to step on it. I don't know if you have anything to this effect. For a second, what's left of the libs that still have the sheer unmitigated gall to stick their heads up at this point? They tried to get a whole elections have consequences, guys.
Oh, yeah, well, I have that. All right, so let me do that now because I have exactly that. Fact, that's next. Simone Sanders, I think now it's very appropriate to reiterate that elections have
there you go.
consequences.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. 4 million views on that whopper. Liam Neeson, as Trump bulldozes Gaza to build golf courses, at least you could sleep well knowing you voted for Jill Stein. Julia, I don't know how to say her name. Hope everyone is happy now that they got Genocide Joe out of office. I mean, the fucking misery of these people to be like rubbing it in and taunting the people who actually like oppose this from day one. Just unbelievable. Here's this piece of garbage. Alex Cole, I have zero sympathy for, but okay, zero sympathy of the Palestinian Americans who stayed home or voted for Trump. You get what you deserve. To which Professor Zenkis replies, did you have sympathy for them before? Right? Because it doesn't seem like you ever really had much sympathy for them, especially if that's your take right now. Here's Roland Martin. I highlighted this. CC Dearborn, Michigan. So now so you're not just going after like college kids who didn't vote for Kamala. Now you're actually going to go after the family members of those who have been murdered, which is what Dearborn is. It's a very large Palestinian community there who have family who have been killed by Israel over the past 15 months. So now they're going to pile on Dearborn. Heck of a job, Dearborn, especially you, Rashida Tlaib, says Julie Rodzinski. Wu-Tang is for the children, says, catch you on the flip side, Rashida Tlaib. Elections got consequences. Remember that. Brooklyn Dad Defiant says, now that the motherfucker has said the quiet part out loud that he wants to build the Riviera of the Middle East, where's all that fucking energy you had saying y'all couldn't vote for Kamala? All I know is she wanted to build more houses here, not in Gaza. Epic comeback. All right, so Caitlin Johnston created a satire post. She tried to join the pile-on, ironically, here. So this is a great piece of performance art in writing. I bet all you stupid commies wish you'd supported Kamala now, huh? You could have had a president who merely wants to explode and incinerate Palestinians instead of ethnically cleansing them. But no, you chose to stay home or vote for Jill Stein, so now you get mass expulsion instead of the sweet, gentle embrace of nonstop military hellfire. I bet you feel so dumb now. You could have had kinder, more polite mass atrocities. You could be sitting here feeling smug and correct like me, instead of sitting there feeling like a fool for insisting upon your ponies and unicorns pie in the sky unrealistic fantasy of not supporting an active genocide. Now you have to sit there and watch them ethnically cleanse Gaza and cry while I watch and masturbate. Now you have to live with your decision, you insolent, uppity peons. Sorry, gotta do that. Soon, you'll be begging for a chance to support an administration that spent 15 months turning Gaza into gravel, but it's too late. Next election will make you vote for a former IDF member who wants to nuke Iran, just to make sure you've learned your lesson, and then we'll still spit on you. Shame on you. Shame on you for failing to get on board the coconut train when you had a chance. You could have had a Holocaust overseen by a competent and articulate woman of color. Now you get ethnic cleansing from an orange buffoon who tweets mean words. I hope you all get deported to the West Bank, and then I hope the West Bank gets obliterated by a Democrat. Well said. She gave a more on-the-nose and serious response. Nobody who's saying, ha, you idiot, should have voted for Kamala to protect the Palestinians has ever supported the Palestinians. That's right. These are all the same people who spent last year telling everyone to shut up about Gaza and stop opposing an act of genocide. They can get fucked. Absolutely. And this really is the ultimate encapsulation of what we've said about liberals for the entire time we have this show. They don't actually have real political concerns or goals. It's all status signaling.
Yep.
So when crying about Gaza lowers their status because it lowers their standing amongst the Democratic rank and file, they don't do it. When screaming about Gaza is a virtue signal against Trump, and more than just a virtue signal against Trump, a virtue signal against those non-voters and those third-party voters, then they're happy to do it. Gaza has nothing to do with it. It is about them achieving and maintaining status. That is all politics is and will ever be to them. And this is just probably the most disgusting example in recent memory.
Yeah. Anyone who still has any libs that haven't completely disowned them on social media has probably had the experience I've had. These motherfuckers wouldn't say the word Gaza for a year and a half.
Yep.
All of a sudden now they found out there's war crimes going on in Gaza. All of a sudden they want to virtue signal off the suffering of Gazans. And in this particularly lib way.
Yeah,
like most of them want to formulate it this way. See what you did.
That's right. They don't even use it more than using it to browbeat Trump. They're using it to browbeat the left.
To browbeat people who did not vote for Kamala Harris. That is the most lib thing ever. That is the only bright spot. Look, I ain't gonna lie, peoples, man. Even maybe especially because we talk about this on a mic like freaking 12 hours a week. Yeah, man, it's a little depressing right now. It is like, yo, how do you even fight this? The momentum is so on the side of autocracy at this point. The liberal class has failed society to such an extent. Democracy itself, which sure we didn't have in the first place, which we'll get into, but this thing they were calling democracy has failed so completely. How would you ever make people want to invest in it again, especially if some of what they do actually does show some kind of results? Or you could have, as with Bill Clinton, he had great timing, man. Like, people connected his economic policies to economic results that they actually didn't earn. They just happened to be commercializing the internet at that moment. So you had this economic boom that everyone credited him with. He was actually very unpopular by 2 years into his presidency. Then you got this huge economic boom and it saved him. Does that happen? That happens. Forget about it. Forget about persuading people to adopt any other kind of politics. All that having been said, is there a satisfaction in seeing the total collapse of the entire liberal project? Yeah, and every time you stop feeling warm and fuzzy about that, they remind you why you should with this kind of a grotesque display.
Yes, I think that is well said. I think that is well said. But I do think that we are going to have a relatively good year in terms of building consensus around our politics, because our politics are going to be the only thing that really this country hasn't tried yet.
Well, that's the good thing. They're out of the way.
Right. They're out of the way. That's it. They're out of the way. Gives us some room to breathe. We can breathe again. We can finally breathe again. Remember, that's what they said after Biden won, after Trump was gone. We can breathe again. That's how I feel now. That's what I feel now, with them out of the way. All right.
I literally took pictures of Libs at brunch.
Yeah.
That day.
Yep. All right. Let's do an ad read for some coffee since it's a daytime show here. Hey, folks, have you heard of the recent advertising scandal? Well, I'll break it down for you. The CEO of Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky, recently released an email from Inspire Brands and Dunkin' Donuts. The email explicitly states that the culture of Rumble is too polarizing. In other words, Dunkin' Donuts has a problem with Rumble's culture, and so they want nothing to do with them. So the solution is to stop buying products that don't support free speech and free speech platforms like Rumble and start supporting brands that do. The competing brand that we should all get behind is Rumble's 1775 coffee. And for a limited time, Rumble is offering buy 2 bags of coffee and get 1 for free. They come in nice big 16-ounce bags, not the 10 or 12-ounce bags you get at the supermarket. So there's already good bang for your buck. And now it's even better because you get buy 2, get 1 free. So you go to 1775coffee.com and enter promo code Dunkin, DUNKIN, to get this limited time offer. That's 1775coffee.com, promo code Dunkin. All right. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. I got to step out for a second. Russell, can you read some Rumble rants? You got them on the thing?
I sure can. Let's see.
Right.
You got them up here?
Yeah. Hillary Hinton.
Where are they? At the bottom?
Yep. The bottom, right there. Hillary Hinton is the first one. Do you see it?
Down is it? I'm looking.
No, it's not at the bottom.
So
it says Rumble rant.
Yeah. I just see 2 down there, though. I see
there's a
Hillary
lot more.
Hinton and Judy Denmark.
No, you got to go up further. They're all there.
Oh, I see. I got you.
I love you,
Yep.
dirtbags.
Got it.
All right. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right. Okay. All right, Hillary Hinton. I love you, dirtbags, but 2 dissidents needs more cat memes and Godfather quotes in Finkelstein's voice. There, I said it. You're probably right. What could possibly go wrong? I love cats, actually. I miss having one, but I'm on the road too much. I can't have a pet. Grandpa Caligula for $5. Americans cheering Israel can't imagine fighting for our land because we've never had to. We wouldn't dream of standing aside if it were our home. Listen, man, You would not be the first person that it occurred to that a lot of the positions that Americans hold are a result of not having experienced being on the receiving end of American policy or anything like that, like having your house bombed or starving or not having access to clean water. If they did, they might have a different attitude. China Shell. Thank you, Keaton and Russ. If it walks and talks like a, well, you know, damn right. Another one from the China Shell. A lot of MAGA supporters have another kind of TDS, trans derangement syndrome. There have been excesses of the LGBT, but they really seem to just hate them because, in my opinion, they find them annoying. Well, listen, man, I do have some expertise in this area, and I will say, let's be fair, let's be real. A lot of them have really gone out of their way to be pretty fucking annoying, man. We can all admit that, right? We can all admit that. Now, are they using that as a cover, as a smokescreen? Sure, but so did the libs, right? I mean, it's if trans people did not exist, and I'm not one of those who believes that, if they did not exist, they'd have to invent them because they're such a useful distraction for both sides, I would say. Noah Goop. Somehow the Daryl Cooper chuds found their way back into your chat, did they? I think the South Africa thing should purge some of them from our chat, I would think. You're muted, man. You're muted.
Okay, I'm back. All right, very well. All right, let's move on here. What do we have here? Sparky, what a remarkable idea. Why didn't I think of that? When I became a big boss decades ago, brown-nosing manipulators came out of the woodwork. It was obvious to me. Apparently, Trump never noticed. DC.
Crystal Waters was the next one.
No, I'm doing the YouTube ones. Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
We'll go back to the Rumbles after the next segment.
Yep.
DC, logical inconsistency is so hot right now. Thank you, DC. Appreciate that. Fat, not so fat. Thanks for the $9.99. Nepotism in the Defense Department is also ridiculous. We use a software system that doesn't have a technical support because a senator's son built it 15 years ago. I use a chat bot. Harass him online. Oh, Russ, did you check on the copyright thing for the other thing? Okay, cool. Egg64, thanks for the $5. Keaton, fam needs you with facial hair again. If Kid from the duo Kid and Play was Jewish, you'd be dead ringers. Don't ban me, please. I love you guys. No, not at all. Sparky, don't know what it means, but for what it's worth, I heard somewhere that Mossad asset Miriam Adelson doesn't actually like Netanyahu. Well, she's getting her way. Mr. Riffley, has anyone else mentioned Bibi was wearing a Free the Hostages ribbon, but Trump wasn't? I'm sure someone has. Oh, wow. The plot thickens even more. Wow. All right. Okay. All right. Let's move on, shall we?
All right.
The show is Russ's from here on out. That's my stuff for today. I did the Gaza trilogy.
He's just going to sit back and masturbate as Caitlin Johnston would have it.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
That was a pretty funny line. Okay. Elon Musk. We've been hearing so much about Elon. Elon's team accesses Medicare and Medicaid records. Wow. Reality check. This is from Axios. We're just going to read a little of this. The federal government has long established channels for rooting out overspending and wrongdoing in health programs. They recoup billions of taxpayer dollars each year. HHS inspectors recovered $7.13 billion for the federal government in misspent taxpayer funds during fiscal year 2024. The Justice Department brought in another $1.7 billion in settlements and judgments from healthcare-related litigation on false claims. Trump fired HHS Inspector General Christy Grimm last week. So this is making the case, there actually is, because Musk is claiming there's a lot of money to be found in fraud in these systems. This is making the point there are mechanisms set up to detect that. So on the other side here, the Government Accountability Office said in an April report that the federal government can do more to stop improper payments in Medicare and Medicaid. The two programs accounted for 43% of improper payments made throughout federal agencies in 2023, according to GAO. Now, based on the previous, one would assume a lot of that money was recovered. That's how they know that there were improper payments. Conservative health wonks are optimistic that DOGE can bring positive change to government-run health programs. Quote, "It is a no-brainer for DOGE to focus on problems in this area, and it's long overdue," Brian Blase, president of health policy think tank Paragon Health Institute, told Axios. All right, so they've been going after U.S. aid. Everybody knows they've been asking federal workers to resign. Elon is really particularly excited about going and finding fraud in Medicaid and Medicare. He retweeted this headline. Yeah, this is where the big money fraud is happening. Now, one of the reasons he's so excited to go after health care for the poor and the elderly is because it's really, if he's going to achieve his aim of slashing, I think now he's gone down to 1 trillion. Originally he said 2 trillion. But in any case, to get that kind of money, there's only two places you could go: Social Security and Medicare. Or where haven't you seen him go? Where have you not seen him go? Oh, haven't seen him go there, have you? Pentagon fails 7th audit in a row, but says progress made. The Pentagon on Friday, this is from November, the Pentagon on Friday failed its 7th audit in a row, with the nation's largest government agency still unable to fully account for its more than $824 billion budget, though officials stress they are making good progress toward a clean audit in 2028. In 2028. The Department of Defense technically earned a disclaimer of opinion, meaning it failed to provide sufficient information to auditors to form an accurate opinion. The goal is to earn an unmodified audit opinion, or a clean audit, that says the financial statements are accurate. A qualified opinion says there are omissions and concerns, but the finances are generally reliable. Okay, so isn't this kind of strange? Isn't this kind of strange that Elon is so gung-ho about rifling through all of these payment systems? He's taken control of the payment systems in the Treasury. They're doing an audit, but this enormous part of the federal budget that notoriously fails audit after audit after audit, not only have they not gone there, he hasn't even said a word about it. Can you imagine what you would see if Elon decided to retweet everything that they were finding in the Pentagon's payment systems on a daily basis? These famous $7,000 hammers and such, where that money's really going? It's very strange that he hasn't mentioned that, since he's so concerned about the budget and finding fraud, waste, and abuse. Hey, Pentagon can't account for 63% of nearly $4 trillion in assets. DOD regularly buys parts and equipment it doesn't need because it can't keep track of the parts and equipment it already owns. You know who that sounds like a job for, Keaton? That sounds like a job for DOGE.
For DOGE.
Huh? That's exactly what they're supposed to be doing. It is so weird that when they got to Washington, Elon Musk, the defense contractor, didn't make a beeline for the Pentagon. I cannot imagine why that is. Now, if you want a good example of the peasant mind, Panakoa the Great, I think this might be Elon's burner account, he tweeted this out. Elon Musk and DOGE are pushing back against wasteful government spending, the leading cause of inflation. Inflation hurts the poorest Americans the most. Less government spending equals less inflation. Those who depend on government spending to maintain control are furious. Now, he includes a little chart here that I think they are proposing as core to the curriculum once they get rid of the Department of Education.
Yes.
All school children will learn this chart.
This is economics 101.
This is going to be the economics curriculum at schools after they get rid of the Department of Education. So the wrong enemy on the left here is the rich on top here. And then the non-rich are under them. At least they're honest about that. And then on the right here, the right enemy. So on the left, the white, which is not the enemy, are the rich and the non-rich, defined as people who allow other people to live in peace. And then people who use government to control you are the right enemy, whether rich or not rich. Now, the reason I'm drawing attention to this is because Elon loved this. He loved it. Bullseye. Put a big bullseye on this. Well, I'm going to show you an area where there's waste, fraud, and abuse that even more than the Pentagon, Elon really does not want you to look at. Oh,
okay,
look,
hold on 1 second. Can you go back? I just have 1 point to make about that. Put that last graphic up on the screen. Okay. I'm sorry. How stupid do you have to be to absorb that unironically coming from the richest man in the world?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Don't tell me I can't call them stupid. Oh, dude, don't call them stupid. That's what
well,
MSNBC calls them. Well, if the shoe fits, I'm sorry. You're going to take that at face value from the richest man in the world. From the richest man in the, I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Yes. That is the peasant mind in action. When you have people who haven't got a pot to piss in, who see this and go, yeah, God damn it, it's not, what are you, jealous of their success? No, it's too much. So Elon does want you to get mad at rich people. He just doesn't want you to get mad at him. He wants you to get mad at rich people who represent the
in the upper right-hand corner of the second diagram, the rich people in the government, right?
Right.
The
yeah.
rich people
Chelsea,
connected to the government.
Yeah, right. Chelsea Clinton casually taking home $84 million. He doesn't mind you hating rich people. He just doesn't want you hating rich people like him, right? Or with his politics or with his affiliations. Now, what he really doesn't want you to look at is what he does to get that rich and to stay that rich, along with his fellow oligarchs. Now, it's interesting. He's supposed to be helping out the taxpayer. He's supposed to be balancing the government's financing. But I haven't heard him talk about addressing all these tax loopholes that people like him benefit from. So a few years ago, this was 2021, ProPublica got a hold of the tax returns of 15 oligarchs. They got Ellison's tax returns, they got Bezos, they got Buffett's, and they got Elon's. The secret IRS files, trove of never-before-seen records, reveal how the wealthiest avoid income tax. So let's take a look at how much these guys paid in taxes, at least at that time, on average, from the 15 years preceding 2021. Warren Buffett, 0.10% of his income he paid in taxes. Jeff Bezos, 0.98%. Michael Bloomberg, 1.30% of his income. Elon Musk, now to be fair, he's paying triple what Bloomberg is. He must not have a good accountant. 3.27% of his income.
Must have a white South African accountant. A DEI accountant, a white South African.
Now I don't know about you guys. I mean, I pay a lot more of my income than that in taxes. Yeah, I bet you do too, Keaton. I bet pretty much everybody watching us right now.
Right, because we actually pay taxes on income as opposed to borrowed money.
Yes, we're going to get into that. Now it's really interesting, and you want to talk about the peasant mind. You want to talk about the peasant mind. If you think Elon Musk gives a fuck about you, if you're a working person, you think this piece of garbage who pays 3% some odd of his income in taxes is rifling through the government's payment systems to help you, I'm sorry. That is a peasant mind. I don't want to. I get it. Like, I don't want to call you stupid because I do want to win you over if you think that way, and that's never worked when the liberals do it, and it's not going to work any better here. I just want you to look at this, man. I just want you to look at this. Elon is
this segment a little bit then.
He's a defense. Well, no, let him hate you. It's all right. It's all right. That works. That works.
That
get
works.
that dynamic going.
That works. That works for me. Yeah.
No, look, man, I say it myself. Obviously, I do my Gilbert Gottfried impersonation. I mean, it's not exactly portraying people as intelligent. I've said over the course of this program, I consider most people stupid. So I'm just nonpartisan about it. But if you look at how these people operate, and you come out saying, wow, Elon Musk is rifling through these systems to help me, you really got to rethink that, man. I'm sorry. Like, do you really believe that? Do you honestly believe that?
No, it's a psyop. If I could just have the screen for 1 second. DOGE is a psyop. DOGE is a giant psyop. A lot of people in this space like to sniff out psyops and give themselves a lot of credit for sniffing out psyops. That's what DOGE is. It's a psyop to manufacture consent for libertarianism and hyper capitalism in the new tech era. That is what it is. Elon Musk doesn't even care that much about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not Elon Musk's political hero. Javier Milei is his political hero.
Instrument.
He knows he can glom on to Trump and he can run this psyop on the public to get them to hate not the rich, but the government and everyone who works in the government, from the rich people like the Chelsea Clintons down to the DMV workers. That's what that chart said there. That chart says there is you should direct your anger at everyone on the right side of that square in the second example, whether they're rich or poor. If they work for the state, if they are part of the administrative state, they are the enemy. Why does he want to manufacture consent for that ideology? So that he can keep as much of his money as he wants. It is a psyop, plain and simple.
Right. They're trying to get rid of this. This is the irony of support of this from workers. If you look at their attacks on the National Labor Relations Board, if you look at their attacks on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, really what this is about is getting rid of what little constraint the government puts on them. The minimal, this is how greedy these people are. Because yes, even the $32 billion that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has returned to the public, that's lunch money. Elon could pay that whole thing and he'd still be the world's richest man, I believe. So that is how it's in principle. They don't want any kind of power exerted over them. And with what you've seen over the last few years, a resurgence in interest in union organizing, that's motivating them to get rid of the NLRB. George Carlin warned about this decades ago. They're going to come for your Social Security, and they'll get it. They'll get it. Now, you want to know how a guy like Elon pays less taxes than you? ProPublica actually put together a very good video. There's just about 2 minutes. And when you see this, I want you to, if you've been running around tweeting out about USAID and all that, and you think Elon's on your side and he's your champion, I want you to remember what you found out here about how he got this rich and how he and his whole class stay this rich.
Some of the very richest Americans pay little in taxes compared with how fast their fortunes grow each year. How? They use a tax strategy known as buy, borrow, die. It's like the ultra-wealthy are living on another planet. Average people need income to pay for basics like housing and food. But the ultra-wealthy don't. They can just live on borrowed cash. Step 1, buy. The ultra-wealthy buy an asset or build a company or inherit a fortune. As long as they don't sell, they owe no taxes. They keep their income.
Just to interject for 1 second, we covered this with the banana nailed to the wall. This is why these very rich people will pay millions of dollars for a white canvas. It's not that they're stupid. It's that it's not about art. It's about parking their money in an asset.
Right. Yep.
As low as possible, since every dollar they earn can be taxed. Step 2, borrow. They borrow against their holdings, and the bank gives them a really good deal.
I'll loan you $10 million with only 3% interest. But if you take a $10 million salary from your company, you'll owe almost 37% to the IRS.
So the ultra-wealthy use loan money to fund their lifestyles. That's how a billionaire can live the most luxurious life imaginable while reporting little to no taxable income. Step 3, die. When they die, these lucky few often use complicated trusts and philanthropic foundations to avoid the estate tax. And their heirs can inherit stocks and other assets tax-free. A new generation is ultra-wealthy, and the cycle starts all over again.
Okay, so that is how Elon no, not Elon. Not Elon. Elon is the people's champion. Yes, Elon too. So this was written in 2021. So when they say last year, they mean 2020. Last year, Tesla reported that Musk had pledged some 92 million shares. These are his Tesla shares, which are worth about 57.7 billion as of May 29th, 2021, as collateral for personal loans. With the exception of 1 year, when he exercised more than $1 billion in stock options, Musk's tax bills in no way reflect the fortune he has at his disposal. In 2015, he paid $68,000 in federal income taxes. In 2017, it was $65,000. And in 2018, he paid no federal income tax. Between 2014 and 2018, he had a true tax rate of 3.27%. So when you get these folks who say, well, how much tax do you want them to pay? They already pay a very progressive tax rate. Well, this is the answer. They don't pay that tax rate. They have all kinds of tricks and all kinds of loopholes and all kinds of ways not to live like a normal working slob like you. And make no mistake, that's exactly what they think of you. So when people are celebrating, oh, Elon's getting the waste out of government, remember, Elon is laughing his ass off at all of the people retweeting his every word, his every quote, his every claim of getting corruption out of the government. He's not getting corruption out of the government. He is getting the last barriers to the total control over the entire economic system of his class out of the way.
Yes, and he's getting away with it because, to a large extent, people like Elon already owned the government before now.
Yes.
This is just totally mask off. And
Right.
that's why he's doing it relatively unopposed as of now, because nobody trusts the democratic system to actually do any better. Right. But make no mistake, this is, as I said before, I hate to repeat myself, this is a psyop. He is now, not only is he the most powerful person in the world in a material sense, in the sense that he can literally buy whatever government he wants at this point and still be the richest man in the world after he buys it, by the way.
Right.
But he now has this massive podium as owner of this very influential
Sure.
social media platform where not only is his account the most viral account, but anybody who hangs out on X knows the high profile accounts that parrot his ideology are the most boosted.
Yes.
Are the
Yes.
most boosted. I mean, you
It is.
open X, it is just wall to wall
Sure.
Elon oriented propaganda. That's what it
Yes.
is. And he is using this opportunity to indoctrinate the population in a libertarian direction,
Yep.
which benefits him and his class. And his
Right.
class is really a class not of a few thousand people, a few dozen people who are in his strata of wealth. So it is oligarchy on steroids, on steroids, on steroids.
Yes, and this is why I really don't have a lot of patience for, you guys really got to listen to Dave Smith and give him a chance. People like Dave Smith, people like Joe Rogan, frankly, this whole libertarian bro scene, they're just handmaidens to Elon Musk, to Mark Zuckerberg, to their entire class and their political project. If you notice, they're really hitting all the DEI and look at the trans, because that, just like the libs, this is not exclusive to them. They need those issues to make you feel like you're getting something.
Exactly.
Right? Well, at least they got rid of that DEI program. In the end, this is all about removing the last restraints for their class. And the sad thing is they're making you cheer for it.
Yep.
They're making you cheer for the destruction, the final destruction of your power in the society.
Yep, 100%. Very well said. Okay, here we go. We're going to take some more Rumble rants here. Crystal Waters, you can think we're coping, that's okay, but we legit don't know how to save lives of Palestinians. If we stay out of it, Israel has full reign to finish the genocide. Pray tell, what is the answer? Defund Israel. Do a land swap.
Yeah. Stop funding them.
Or do a land swap.
They'll collapse very quickly.
Yeah, that's it. It's as
Stop
simple as
funding
that.
them. That's it.
Right.
Let the Palestinians
His
take
hands
it
are not
back.
tied. His hands are not tied. He proved his hands weren't tied when he negotiated the ceasefire.
Right. Stop sending them money. Stop sending them weapons.
Now, if you say, well, that's impossible.
Believe me, the Palestinians will take care of the rest very quickly.
Right, exactly. So if you say, well, that's impossible, that's not realistic, well, then what that exposes is that you never had the faith in Donald Trump to be the peacemaker that you said you did, right? Because it's totally within his power to do that. If it was in his power to negotiate the ceasefire, then it's in his power to defund Israel. It's in his power to say, hey, you know what? Here's a solution for the Gazans. We're going to make you give them your land, and you're going to go rebuild Gaza. How's that? Do it. Oh, you don't want to? Okay, then we don't give you another dime. They'll do it. They'll cave in a heartbeat if they have to. We already know that. That's why we have a ceasefire in the first place, right?
Yep.
So there's an option.
It's so funny. All of a sudden, no one can think of this. No one can think of like just.
But all of a sudden,
and that's the most MAGA solution there is.
Right.
Right. Just stop funding them.
Right.
Isn't that what you want?
Exactly.
You don't want all these foreign entanglements? Or haven't you been going berserk for a week about an agency that most of you never heard of until you read it in a tweet a week ago? Right. You're going berserk about it. Right. You don't like all this money going to foreign countries. Israel is the biggest example of that.
Right. And in terms of solutions we can work towards, this is why we said during the campaign, vote for neither candidate, organize workers for a general strike, the demands of which are defund Israel. That's what we could do. We can do that. It remains to be seen whether or not we will do that, but that is the North Star over these next 4 years. Certainly heading into the next presidential campaign to say we're not supporting either candidate. We don't really care who wins. We are shutting the system down until it bends to our will on this list of issues, which are non-negotiable. That's something we can do. Now, is that a long shot? Sure, you could say that's a long shot. This was a no shot. And this is why we said throughout the campaign, it's one thing to have a lesser evil preference in the privacy of a voting booth, but we cannot say into a microphone that you are doing yourself or the world any good by voting for Donald Trump. That's why we were insistent on that. And, we didn't take a victory lap in those segments, but we could have if we wanted to. Because this validates what we've been saying this whole time. And we've been warning people the whole time, not you, Crystal, but people who make a living convincing people that Trump was, what stands between us and the end times. That was bullshit. It was always total bullshit. We knew that.
He's a revolutionary.
Right. He's a revolutionary. Yeah, exactly. Bullshit.
I mean, he is. It's a final descent into autocracy.
Right. Of course. China Shell. Did Russell Brand get his teeth surgically replaced with the blocks from Stonehenge? Goddamn, those things are huge. Thank you, China Shell. So Trump plans
that fucking shirt. It's getting a little inappropriate.
Getting a little. Yeah. So Trump plans to crash the economy, is still arming Ukraine, wants to annex Gaza, wants to deport people over speech, is spending $500 billion on AI systems to surveil you. The deep state in shambles. Yes, that's a good point. Thank you, Noah. Appreciate that. MAGA should volunteer to go rebuild Gaza so they can get sniped at by Zionist colonizers. There you go. Yeah, that's an example. Maybe we can have a, volunteer force. MAGA's mad that East Palestinians are being pushed out for BlackRock and Vanguard profits, but are okay with actual Palestinians being pushed out for BlackRock and Vanguard profits. Make it make sense. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Raymond Fernandez, here's a plan. Israelis get the fuck out of Gaza and the West Bank. Settlers back to Brooklyn and get. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's another plan. Yep. That's the other plan. Give the land back. How about that? How's that for a solution? That's another simple one.
Stop funding them. The Palestinians will take care of that part.
Yeah.
All you got to do is stop funding them.
Yeah. And then they'll leave. Noah Goop, Israel's new defense minister, says he is signing off on plans to displace the Palestinians already. Can these 4D chess idiots shut the fuck up now? We'll see. We'll see how far they could take it. This is like the what was the episode of Seinfeld where George says he bought a house in the Hamptons, and Susan's parents, he says he can't do something that Susan's parents want him to do because he has just bought a house in the Hamptons and he has to go out there. And they say, well, take us out there. We'd love to see it. And he takes them out there even though he has no house in the Hamptons. He just keeps driving and driving and driving, knowing at the end of the road he's going to get caught in the lie because there's no house in the Hamptons. But he just keeps, all right, you want to get nuts? We'll keep going. That's what MAGA is right now, basically. Driving to that imaginary house in the Hamptons, yes. All right. Sparky, people give Trump too much credit for playing possum when it's usually just ignorance. His ignorance can be a good thing at times, like when he inadvertently exposes otherwise hidden agendas.
Right. Yeah.
Hesham 963, thanks for the 999. Taking into consideration how arrogant Trump is, my reading of the chair bit is he's telling Netanyahu, I can keep you on the chair or I can remove you off the chair. Thank you for that. Brad Gilbert, same sheepdog tactics to move Dems to woke on MAGA. Yes, very good point. Sparky, Trump's foolish Gaza statements may have inadvertently gotten RFK, Tulsi, and Patel Senate confirmation. We'll see if he slightly reduces Zionist support if they get through. I'm not helpful. I think they're going to get through. I mean, they cleared committee. That's the biggest hurdle. Way. It's looking that way. It's looking like they'll get through. I mean, you don't know. There could be these silent senators out there who we just haven't heard from yet, but that's unlikely. I think they'll get through. Kuznetsky Bassane, thanks for the $9.99. Appreciate that very, very much. Let's see where we got over here. Okay, that one disappeared from the queue, so I want to get this one because it's a big one. Martin R, $99.99. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate that. Has to have a cowbell for Martin. Proud of you all. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate that very much. Okay, why don't we move on?
All right, we're going to Lee here, right?
Yes.
All right, so Lee Fong, in my opinion, I've said this before, he is the least audience captured reporter working today in the indie media space, meaning I don't think he's audience captured at all. You know he's not audience captured? I can't predict what his take is going to be on any given issue. He is completely independent. He just calls it like he sees it. He called out all of the people who are claiming that Politico was funded by USAID. So here's Bill Ackman. It is shocking, but perhaps not surprising that the Biden-Harris administration used USAID, the agency whose purpose is to administer the funding of international aid, to fund a left-wing media organization that attacked the administration's opponents. This is my editorial comment. This is a very good example of how muddy the terms left and liberal have gotten. Politico is a right-wing organization by any meaningful standard. They have no sympathy or affection for actual leftists or left ideas. But to continue, if this is not prima facie corruption, what is it? What other media organizations does USAID fund? How about Wikipedia? And Lee smacked that down. These funds include payments during the first Trump administration, and the actual money from USAID to Politico was entirely for subscriptions and totaled $44,000. That's peanuts. Please, for the love of God, look at the details before tweeting. He goes on. The actual scandal in ultra expensive DC news services, many cost $10 to $150,000 is that these entities will dig up vital public interest news information, and only lobbyists can afford to read the news, making these services no different from an extension of lobbyist intel gathering. Politico owns lots of data services and news entities. If you read the government contract disclosures, the US government buys ultra expensive Politico Pro services as well as subs to E&E, an energy regulation newswire owned by Politico, Agency IQ, regulation data firm owned by Politico, etc. He goes on. Here's Politico's parent, Axel Springer's financials. Page 32 shows they make 492 million euros a year from their U.S. division, aka Politico. Politico prints money largely from hedge funds, lawyer, lobbyist subs, and corporate advertisers. 1 million a year via the government is not much. And finally, U.S. aid does in fact fund journalism all over the world in a real way, with strings attached to tell reporters what to cover and how to shape public opinion. That deserves scrutiny. But the political subscription money conspiracy is crap. I explain here. So this is Lee's article on this. We're just going to read a little bit of it. This morning, I woke to several friends and readers asking me about viral social media claims from last night regarding U.S. aid and Politico. The conspiracy theory suggested that ongoing spending cuts at U.S. aid, the foreign aid agency, were shutting down domestic media outlets supposedly dependent on government money. As evidence, several large accounts noted that Politico personnel had failed to receive payroll. Politico management, in an email, attributed the issue to a technical error that would be fixed shortly, yet many suspected a direct connection. Here is one of many viral tweets making this claim. Says Kyle Becker, fun fact, Politico received U.S. aid funds. Everything makes sense now. So the number you've probably heard if you've been following this is 8 million. This says 8.1 million. On Tuesday, it was reported that staff at Politico did not get paid for the latest pay period. The company just sent several emails to employees saying it believes there was a technical error and is looking into how to fix the issue. So here's Lee. This is wrong on many counts. U.S. aid contract records show that the agency spent a grand total of only $44,000, not the 8.1 million claimed in viral tweets on Politico LLC for subscription services. For context, Politico operates two forms of news services. General political news content is published on the Politico website and its email list for free, supported by advertising. For sophisticated readers, business executives, lobbyists, and government agencies, Politico provides paywalled pro-subscription services that cost over $10,000 per login for up-to-the-minute detailed reporting on policy decisions and regulations. The government pays for this information, and Politico offers other branded services in this category, such as subscriptions to E&E energy reporting and Agency IQ. Now, as Lee points out in his other tweet, that's the scandal. Like, the peasants get one news, but the people who really are inside the system, they get the real news. They get the real shit. And Politico presumably spends a lot of money to have people sitting on government departments all day long so that they have that up-to-the-minute information. That's very much like that's how Bloomberg built his fortune. That's what a Bloomberg terminal does. You can hit a button on a Bloomberg terminal. It'll show you where every oil tanker in the world is at that moment. That's what you're paying for with these services. That's their real business, not you proles reading their article about how Nancy Pelosi crapped herself at an event.
Right.
This isn't unique to Politico. Bloomberg and LexisNexis, among others, serve the data industry news subscriptions for tens of thousands of dollars, sell similar data industry news subscriptions for tens of thousands of dollars, focusing on exclusive political and policy related reporting. The 8.1 million in Politico subscriptions referenced above relates to years of subscriptions by agency officials across the government. There is no evidence that the freeze in U.S. aid funding had any impact on Politico payroll. That said, U.S. aid does separately fund various questionable news operations. Coda Story, an anti-disinformation news outlet headquartered in New York, revealed in its audit report that the National Endowment for Democracy, the sister nonprofit that works alongside USAID, provided special grants to finance its journalistic ventures. The Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, a major investigative news outlet responsible for the Panama Papers and other blockbuster news series, relies heavily on State Department and USAID funding. Ryan Grimm recently reported that U.S. government money comes with strings. Officials have used their leverage over OCCRP to influence editorial and personnel decisions at the outlet. Unlike Politico, there is actual evidence that the freeze on U.S. aid spending is impacting the American government's quasi-shadowy constellation of news operations all over the world. Voice of America reported independent news outlets in more than 30 countries, including Austria, Ukraine, and Myanmar, are facing cuts or are at risk of shutting down over the U.S. aid freeze. Ironically, of course, Voice of America is also funded by by American taxpayers. So here you got U.S. aid freeze spells uncertain future for international media. So Lee is far from a lib. He's, yes, absolutely. USAID's doing all kinds of dodgy funding of the media, but this is total bullshit. He goes on, he's been on quite a Twitter tirade about all of these unsubstantiated claims that are going viral. Michael Tracy actually weighed in. There's an entire network of granular trade industry publications that hardly anyone's ever heard of that effectively wall off the info from the public because no normal person would pay the exorbitant fees. Confabulating pseudo scandals does not address this long-standing issue. On the money, as he tends to be. Okay, so here's another one. The original tweet is Trump called for an investigation to find out who in the government has been getting kickbacks from U.S. aid. For instance, AOC has been in Congress for 6 years. She makes $174,000 a year. She is worth $30 million. The only way that happens is kickbacks, Lee says, and I trust Lee a lot more than Mila Joy, whoever the fuck that is. Every day there are mega viral tweets just so absurdly untrue it boggles the mind. AOC is worth less than 10K. Bernie and Warren take zero pharma PAC money. There's plenty to criticize about these politicians that isn't fabricated bullshit. So Ian Miles Chong, font of wisdom that he is, weighs in. You sure about that, Chief? And he shows this with Sanders getting over $1 million from pharmaceutical companies and Elizabeth Warren. Lee's clapback is pretty epic. Ian, you have no idea what you're talking about. Put down the bag of Malaysian shrimp chips and read carefully. These are aggregates of small dollars, not PAC money. It includes janitors and clerks who happen to work at Pfizer. Nothing corporate controlled, and it was community noted with links if anyone wants to go look at the original tweet. Now, Keaton, this is kind of like the lost version of Apocalypse Now. He was going to cover this, and we never got to it. So do you want to weigh in on this before I go on?
Yeah, it got kind of old by the time we were going to cover it, and there was more important stuff to cover. Maybe it'll come up at a certain point. But yeah, I mean, obviously, the Bernie pharma money thing was complete bullshit. Absolute complete bullshit. And I have the exhibits ready to make. So depending on, how much of a meltdown me saying this triggers in the comments section, maybe I will. Maybe I will prove.
We may
beyond a
spend our
doubt.
entire Sunday
Yes,
show on this.
We may
on this
just
in
go
South
out of our
Africa.
way. Yes, we may unnecessarily go out of our way to prove what absolute bullshit it is. No, if you look at opensecrets.org, first of all, okay, so RFK says, you are the top receiver of pharma dollars in 2020. First of all, he picks 2020, which is the year he ran for president, which is the year he would be one of the top Senate recipients of funding because he was the senator who went furthest in the presidential campaign. He says pharma dollars, not big pharma dollars, right? That's what a lawyer he is. He says, you're the number one recipient of pharma dollars. That means pharma manufacturing, and then there was one other pharma section in the Open Secrets list of trades. Bernie Sanders was number one among accountants. He was number one among clothing and accessory designer workers. Do you think he's in the pocket of big handbook? Like, those were obviously small dollar donations from people who worked in that industry. Walmart, they say one of the number one employers, one of the top employers of Bernie, or two of the top ones, were Walmart and Amazon. Does that mean Jeff Bezos wants Bernie Sanders to be the president? Like, it was such transparent and obvious bullshit, and it spread so far and wide with such little pushback because Elon doesn't bother.
RFK just ended Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren's careers.
Absolutely absurd. And like I said, depending on the meltdown that this triggers, because I know it'll trigger a little bit, I might actually prove it. So that be forewarned. If you give us too much shit about this, I might embarrass you. I might embarrass you if I find it worthwhile. But I mean, look, transparent. I mean, transparent to the point where anyone who was like sharing that is totally discredited. Totally discredited. And especially like if in RFK's context, you want people to trust you with personal decisions about their health, and then you go out and you propagate such transparent bullshit, and then you get indignant when people don't want to take your advice as to what medicine to give or not give their kid. Get fucked. Get fucked. I mean, see, I'm getting to the point where I want to cover it now again, so I better stop. But they have such contempt for their own supporters to put that shit out there, and this is a similar thing.
Or I'll just sitting there masturbating and munching on those Malaysian shrimp chips. Okay, so here's another claim that was going around. This one from Andrew Huberman. Okay, now I'm going to have to speak up. Assuming the below is accurate, HHS government, that's Health and Human Services, and NIH, National Institute of Health, could have used that $29 million to fund approximately 20 full 5-year NIH grants to laboratories to do basic research, including overhead costs. This is egregious. WTF? And he's responding to Ian Miles Chong again. The U.S. government gave the New York Times tens of millions of dollars over just the past 5 years, despite paying relatively little money to the New York Times in the years preceding 2021. For instance, in August 2024, the U.S. government awarded $4.1 million to the New York Times, to which Lee responds, Jesus Christ, you should operate assuming every viral political tweet from an influencer is inaccurate until you look into the evidence yourself. This $29 million does not show money to the New York Times. It shows money to anything with New York, like NYU. This is how stupid this is.
No,
so on this level, look, there are, as anyone from the left will tell you, there are a lot of issues with these government agencies. No, they're not full of Marxists. Organizations like USAID have usually been aimed at overthrowing socialist governments and suppressing leftist movements and propping up right-wing and autocratic and authoritarian governments like Pinochet. But hey, yeah, a lot of what they're putting out is true. They're avoiding the core of the issue or the leftist critique. They just want to talk about how they put money into a woke dance troupe. But okay, you cannot trust these people because they don't give a shit what the truth is. You can't, just because this gets tweeted out by Elon Musk, who pays an effective tax rate of 3.27%, that they're wasting money. You can't believe it. He's absolutely right.
or
Yep.
any of these ball
Wait,
lickers. This is the thing. They're not going to get community noted either.
Right.
Even though it's obvious bullshit. The RFK stuff barely got community noted at all. A couple tweets did. Most of them didn't. This is not going to get community noted because they're doing Elon's bidding. That's why. Tell me how this is not a psyop. Tell me how this is not a giant psyop.
Well,
to have
and
these
also-
absolute fucking illiterate morons running around sharing data they know absolutely nothing about that does not hold up to the barest minimum of investigation or scrutiny, which is what Li Fang does because he's a pro.
Right.
I mean, it's an obvious. I mean, it is an absolute clown show.
Well, and this is why I always call out Li Fang, like, hey, for those of you who aren't just looking for outrage bait, who really want to know what's going on, I don't always agree with his takes, which is to his credit. That's a real reporter.
That's fine.
That's a real reporter. Sometimes he has
Right.
a take I don't agree with, but I can never predict it. He's honest. He follows the facts where they lead. And, you know, I don't mind disagreeing with somebody if it's an honest disagreement based in intellectual rigor and not in jerking the knee. And this is where a lot of people in our space who chase the clicks by ginning up the outrage, gonna have to be very careful, man. You're gonna have to be very careful. Don't believe because you heard it from Donald fucking Trump and Elon Musk that it must be true. You want to see how ridiculous the claims are? You
Yeah,
wanna see
here's the
how,
big one. This
how
is the big one.
ridiculous they are? This one's hilarious. My God, now they think U.S. aid was sending money to Jeffrey Epstein, not realizing that it's a different Jeffrey Epstein. We are honestly in parody mode. Lee, laugh emoji.
That's true. There's a
are-
big
are
brouhaha.
appropriate
Dun
on
dun
this.
dun. Jeffrey Epstein.
They were giving money to Jeffrey Epstein. So this is what we're in. Like, yes, they're uncovering some real stuff. They're not emphasizing the real stuff. They're emphasizing the distraction stuff with the U.S. aid files and what they're finding at Treasury. They're not going to the Pentagon, which God knows what they would find there. And a lot of stuff that they tell you they found is just total bullshit anyway. You certainly can't. It shouldn't even have to be said, but I'm going to say it. Just because Elon Musk retweeted it, that doesn't make it true. You are going to have to individually evaluate every claim, and most of us don't have time for that. Go to reporters that can be trusted like Lee. And a lot of people that we formerly trusted have decided that they're going to jump on the MAGA bandwagon. So you got to sort those things out too. But I would say Lee is one of the best guides you're going to get through the disinformation of the next 4 years.
Yes, and this
At
crop,
least 4 years.
Yeah. This crop of ex-influencers with these massive viral accounts, they feel no obligation to the truth whatsoever. They
Not
are
at
on
all.
an
Not at all.
ideological mission. They are on an
Yep.
ideological mission to convince people that the administrative state is the enemy and not the rich. That is what they are on a mission to do.
That's it.
And they
That's
are
it.
succeeding. And they are succeeding. And they will say anything to propagate that narrative. And it falls to people to combat it. And as a free speech absolutist, you know, I'm happy to do that work. I don't want some faceless bureaucrat to tag Aaron Huberman's bullshit as misinformation and take it down. No, he has the right to be a bullshit artist, and we have the right to call him a bullshit artist. That's how it works. That's discourse. That's how you actually win the trust of the public, not by silencing the bullshit artists, but by debunking them. And that's what we are doing, and we're going to keep doing it, and we're going to win in the long run. We are going to win in the long run. This is an absolute circus of amoral freaks who are going to, at the end of the day, implode under that weight. It is just a matter of how much damage they will do in the meantime.
And as you said about X, because we have to use it for research very often, for video clips, or we have to find tweets that
Always
are in
verified.
the news, they suppress a lot of things that they do not want emphasized. For example, when I was doing the research for my Tulsi segment, something that people were really talking about, which means it should have been high in the algorithm, was Tulsi's answer about the assassination of Soleimani. Could not find that no matter what keywords I put in. I finally had to find out who was questioning her, and I had to go to YouTube altogether. I had to find the full clip of that exchange. I forget who it was. It was Gillibrand. It was Gillibrand, and I had to find it within that. You're going to tell me that would not have circulated naturally? It was suppressed. Anything, I found that with the nominees in general. Anything that made them look bad was very hard to find.
Yep.
Stuff that made them look good, where they owned the senators, that stuff was top of search.
Yep. Indeed. Yasim Miller, thanks for the $20. Hello again after a long break. Hello, Yasim. Went skiing in France for the first time in 20 years. A self-treat for turning 60. Oh, happy birthday. It was great escape from politics. The world is so messed up. We need you guys even more than before. Well, thank you, Yasim, for that compliment. Appreciate that. Brad Gilbert, Trumpers trying to sheepdog MAGA into Nazis. There you go, yes. Sparky, Scott Adams was an obvious useful idiot of the deep state. He naively would reference his secret contacts in government during Trump's first term. Doubt he ever caught on. Theater in a Fire, Trump stopped the genocide COPE. All right, thanks for the $5, man. If you're not going to give up and giving us money, I'll just read them and take the money. Thank you. It's appearing with Netanyahu, unlike Biden and Blinken, just after October 7th, rushing to Israel, proclaiming their undying support of Zionism. It's appearing with Netanyahu, unlike Biden and Blinken, just after October 7th, rushing to Israel, proclaiming their undying support of Zion. Yes, it is. Yes. The Yuppies, thanks for the $5. Is 4D chess? Trump is keeping his friends closer. I swear it's 4D chess, I tells you. Thank you, the Yuppies. Appreciate that. Kazetsky was saying Netanyahu has for years urged the U.S. to invade Iran. Now the U.S. might invade Gaza. Little steps. There you go. Todd S., thanks for the $10. No impeachment calls for Biden for funding and covering for the genocide. This party truly deserves to be in the waste bin of history. What an embarrassment. Amen. Sparky, an older colleague, would listen patiently to any of our youthful complaints about how our lives were going. He'd simply say, "Is it that bad?" Helped us put things in perspective and avoid depression. Of course, depression often does require medication, but people not talking to one another more doesn't help. Thank you, Sparky. Karen Murphy, thanks for the $2. Can you try to get Caitlin Johnston on? We would love that. She doesn't really do many interviews.
Yeah, it's very rare. I haven't seen her do one in years.
Sparky, tyranny coined in ancient Greece originally had no connotation. It was seen as something that had to happen every so often to re-zero or recalibrate democracy. Is it now a necessary evil? I don't know. Well, that's what a lot of people think.
I mean, tyrant was an epithet. Yes, it was a description. It was more like dictator. It's more like dictator, but that it still had negative connotations.
Theater in a Fire, thanks for the $5. You guys hate Trump's words more than you care about Palestinian lives. You don't deserve the prestige of a Rumble 1776 coffee endorsement. Thanks for the $5. Appreciate that. Ryan Spence, thanks for the $5 Canadian. At this point, I just assume all the Musketeers have a cuck chair somewhere in their house. Yes, thank you for that very much. All right, we're going to pause here for a word from our supporters here. Sorry. Here we go.
What about my tour? We haven't plugged my tour in a long time.
Oh, yeah, we can do that, too. All right, here we go. Sorry. Just got to do this here. All right. Hey, folks, if you like what we do and you want to help us do more of it, you could become a supporter at dudissidents.substack.com, patreon.com/dudissidents, or you can join our locals. That's dudissidents.locals.com. If you're watching on Rumble, it's that bright red join button underneath the video player. That takes you to our locals page. For just $5 a month, you get call-in access to our weekly Q&As, which are following the Sunday night shows exclusively on Rumble. You also get supporter streams, exclusive live streams, including content and call-in live streams, plus movie club live streams. You also get live stream access to our pre-recorded full-length interview. Reminder, our full-length interview with Mark Goodwin premieres tonight at 8 p.m. If you're a paid member, you had live stream access to that yesterday and early release access to it right now. It's available on our Rumble for paid members. So all that for just $5 a month. We make it as worthwhile as we can. It's a great deal, and it also comes with the karma of supporting independent media. So that's dudissidents.locals.com if you'd like to sign up. Thank you very much for your support. All right, we'll plug the tour after the scroll. I'll get through some of these here. Blah, 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 blah. Where is this? Hesham 963. Thanks for the 9.99. The only positive Trump brought was that the PM of puny Israel doesn't dare to insult the president. Thank you. DC, using government to further one's goals equals does not equal libertarian. Well, that's why I'm saying, DC, I know you're a libertarian. Trump is not really, Elon's North Star. It's a total dismantling of the state. That's his North Star. He knows he can use Trump to do that. He knows he can use Trump to get there, which is why he glommed onto it. But no, Trumpism, as I've made the point, does not really resemble Elon's true political bent. He just knows that if he donates to this guy and he flatters this guy, he can weasel his way in and build consensus behind his ideological project.
Look what he got for his money, man.
Exactly. Look what he
got.
got.
Loose on all the inner payment systems. Here's a guy who's trying to build an American WeChat who now has everyone's personal information in the Treasury payment system.
Right.
You need all that data to build a WeChat, for anyone who doesn't know, it's an everything app, which Elon said was his vision for X from the beginning. In China, you can use that for banking, for payments, for tweeting, for videos. It's everything combined. It would be as if your bank account and your social media, everything's in one app. That's what he wants X to be. And now he's got access to the government's entire database.
Yes. Yep. That's true. Zach Bird, whenever you're back, best pizza in LA is hot tongue. Not sure how you define it by state or county, bougie Russ, but boy, oh boy, however you label it, it's a damn good bite. Love y'all's work. Thank you, Zach Bird. Appreciate that. Keaton, you make it sound as if it was a psyop. Yes, thank you, Sparky. That is my point. Sam S.I.M. says, bravo, your analysis, yet I'll see peasants for Elon until the music's over. Maybe they'll turn out the lights. Okay, what do we got here? Ken Minji, to make matters worse, one of the heroes of Amelia Perez is the Israeli doctor. Al Green, I'll bring articles impeachment for Trump's dirty deeds done dirt cheap. There you go. Yes, Ken Minji, as a physician, I agree with Keaton and Russ's sensible take on antidepressants. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
I would recommend the book The Body Keeps the Score for more about that.
Yeah. And look, what I would also say to that is, for a lot of people, like for me, I used to love to meditate and do things more holistically, between working.
And then you started doing this shit.
Well, yeah, between working these many hours and having 3 kids to care for, like a lot of people don't have the time to deal with things the way they probably should if all other things were equal. That's another reason why we're so reliant on pharma in this country, because people don't have the time or the space to actually take care of themselves. It's easier to pop a pill and have that do it for you. And I say that without any judgment. Like I said, I couldn't meditate. Like if I fell into a depression, I've had bouts of it from time to time. I never struggled with it chronically, but I wouldn't have the time to really deal with it the way I could, years ago, where I didn't have as much on my plate. And that's a big part of why people, end up where they do. Hillary Hinton was perusing sugardaddy.com, stumbled across Russell's profile. Don't worry, though. Your secret's safe with me, big boy. My message to the Dems, putting forward a senile candidate, then refusing to hold a primary has consequences, you arrogant assholes. That's right. Well said, Judy Denmark. Well said. All right, are we doing 2 more? Or are we doing 1 more? What's the deal? What's the plan?
I mean, I think we should do the Dems Gone Wild. The Elon thing I've got's pretty quick, man.
All right, let's do it.
That. We'll
Fuck it.
Come on,
do it.
Bang it out. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Fuck it. Do it live.
All right. So, this idea that Elon is on a crusade of radical transparency, the government should be transparent, is belied by a lot of his actions. So the timeline here is important. So on February 2nd, Wired dropped this article, The Young, Inexperienced Engineers Aiding Elon Musk's Government Takeover. Engineers between 19 and 24, most linked to Musk's companies, are playing a key role as he seizes control of federal infrastructure. So that came out. It named the names of the engineers. I think it might have had a picture. This person tweeted it out. Here's a list of techies on the ground helping Musk gaining and using access to the U.S. Treasury payment system. I believe they got this from the Wired article. And Elon Musk says you have committed a crime. You have committed a crime. Not only that, if you go look it up, Elon's response is still there, but the account has been suspended. Suspended. He's committed a crime. So this person said, what the fuck is Elon talking about? It's not a crime to know who is controlling the U.S. Treasury. It's a crime to hide it. Now, February 3rd, this comes out. Deep MAGA attorney, currently the acting U.S. attorney for D.C., immediately puts out a letter. Dear Elon, please see this important letter. We will not tolerate threats against DOGE workers or law breaking by the disgruntled. All the best, Ed Martin. Now, why is this timeline important? Because some are arguing, no, it's not about the article, it's about threats. Well, nobody said anything about actual threats against DOGE workers, which that still wouldn't impugn the reporting and their right to name the names of the workers. But nobody said anything about that until after this letter. So the question is this letter in response to the article? Well, if you look at the timing, this literally dropped the next day. Clearly, that is what it was in response to. That's kind of vague legal threats. They're going to use the full law to go after anybody who in any way interferes with the actions of DOGE. What does that mean? Interferes with the actions of DOGE. Doesn't cite any specific laws being broken. But Elon acknowledges the receipt. Thank you. Receipt via X acknowledged. The next day, on the 4th, Elon tries to cast it as a matter of threats. This is people on Reddit who may have made threats. White people, Twitter is now calling for the public execution of the DOGE software developers, according to this person. Elon says they have broken the law. Somebody responded, he's going to send the FBI after Redditors. Now, this is really interesting. You know, you get some people who will say, well, no one should be naming these workers because they're getting threats. Well, Elon doesn't seem to believe that. This is back in November, before he was actually running the government. Elon Musk publicized the name of government employees he wants to cut. It's terrifying federal workers. So I guess it's okay when Elon does it to no purpose whatsoever. He literally, you want to talk about targeting people. He literally named the workers with the purpose of claiming that they shouldn't have their jobs, and he wants them fired. So that was legal. I mean, if these people are committing a crime, I guess Elon should go to jail, right? Shouldn't he go to jail for this?
Now, look, the reason we know that there were a bunch of 19 to 24-year-olds who had access to the Treasury payment systems is because we know who they are, right? If you don't know who people are, you wouldn't have known that.
Right.
So what, you don't think that the American public has the right to know that a bunch of people who, some of whom cannot have a beer in public in this country, none of whom who have fully developed brains yet, right? Doesn't brain development end at 25? Like that they have access to the payment system?
I believe it's 32, actually. I think it's 32.
Is that right?
I
thought it was 25.
Yes. No, anyway. I think it's like a crazy number.
Yeah, well, it's older than 24.
You would never think of.
We know that.
Like no sooner is it done than you start losing brain cells. So I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked what he's going to do about it. DOGE employees ordered to stop using Slack while agency transitions to a record system not subject to FOIA. Why is it a crime to know what's going on in our government, Olivia Hill says, in response to something that Elon said before he was in government. There should be no need for FOIA requests. All government data should be default public for maximum transparency. It's a funny view for somebody who is now trying to make sure that all the communications of DOGE are not even subject to FOIA. Forget about getting it with a FOIA request. He wants to make sure you can't get it with a FOIA request. Employees working for the agency, now known as DOGE, have been ordered to stop using Slack while government lawyers attempt to transition the agency to one that is not subject to the Freedom of Information Act, 404 Media has learned. Quote, "Good morning, everyone. As a reminder, please refrain from using Slack at the moment while our various general counsels figure out the best way to handle the records migration to our new EOP, Executive Office of the President component." A message seen by 404 Media reads, "We'll update as soon as we have more information." Another message seen by 404 Media provides an update and asserts that the U.S. Digital Service, which is now DOGE, will split from the Office of Management and Budget. The messages indicate that under Elon Musk's leadership, DOGE is actively taking steps to make sure its communications and records are not subject to the Freedom of Information Act, a records transparency law commonly used by journalists and lawyers to hold government accountable. Instead, DOGE is asserting that rather than reporting up through the Office of Management and Budget, as the U.S. Digital Service did for years, it is reporting through the Executive Office of the President and to White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Under OMB, it was generally subject to FOIA. Under the White House Chief of Staff, records it creates are generally not subject to FOIA. Government experts 404 Media spoke to said the directive to not use Slack and the assertion that DOGE is now under the Executive Office of the President rather than OMB is not surprising, but that it is very concerning, and that this assertion can be, will be, and is being legally challenged. Quote, "Just changing the name alone under the executive order doesn't affect DOGE's record-keeping status," Jason R. Barron, professor at the University of Maryland and former director of litigation at the National Archives and Records Administration, told 404 Media in a phone call. Quote, "The administration apparently has made a determination that DOGE will be a presidential component subject to the Presidential Records Act. However, that will surely be challenged in the courts in connection with FOIA lawsuits. Under FOIA, it will be for the courts to decide whether under existing DOGE is acting more like a federal oversight agency or as a presidential component that solely advises the president," unquote. The Presidential Records Act was created in part to make it so that the president does not need to publish records about their decisions, advice, and considerations while they are president. But Barron said that the way DOGE is currently acting, going into agencies across the federal government and gutting or threatening to gut them, is not a presidential advice function. It is a cross-agency function. He suggested that a court will have to consider this in any lawsuit about DOGE's status. Quote, "DOGE staff certainly do not appear to be solely advising and assisting the president," Barron said. "They appear to have taken actions in the real world that affect Treasury Department and USAID operations involving electronic systems. Whether those activities are deemed illegal or not, under other laws, there are certainly actions beyond what a group of people who are solely advising the president would do." Lauren Harper, the Freedom of the Press Foundation's Daniel Ellsberg chair on government secrecy, wrote a blog post explaining that DOGE's move to EOP was almost definitely an attempt to hide records, but that journalists should challenge this. Quote, "Does Musk think that placing DOGE within the government will make it easier to hide its records? If so, let's prove that troubling assumption wrong." Harper told 404 Media that beyond not being governed by FOIA in the Presidential Records Act, quote, "There is a carve-out for personal records that doesn't exist in the Federal Records Act. This means that the president and their staff get to decide if records are personal, which means they can do whatever they want with them without consulting anybody," she said. Both Harper and Barron stressed that any distinction over Doge's status matters only to records they themselves are creating, and that many of Doge's actions will remain FOIA-able via other agencies. For example, when Doge employees email people at the Treasury Department, those records should be able to be obtained directly via the Treasury Department, even if they are not available from Doge. Already, Doge has been subject to several lawsuits about its status within the government and what transparency laws it must abide by. These people are robbing the bank in broad daylight. They are making it very clear what their agenda is. Now, if you are getting more mad about transgender dance troops in Romania than you are about Elon Musk, this fighter for transparency in government, who literally tweeted out you shouldn't even need a FOIA request to find out what the government is doing, trying to use these tricky legal maneuvers to ensure that what he's doing cannot be discoverable by journalists and by the public until years after these actions. If that doesn't get you upset or angry, or you don't feel that that's government overreach, as our friend Nick would say, you are deeply unserious. You are a deeply unserious person. I always, I'm in the habit of saying this to Libs. I'm going to have to get used to saying it to Maga. Imagine a Democrat did it.
Right. Well, right. Of course. Of course. And, what this is, I mean, we've heard the term flood the zone a lot, right? Was that Steve Bannon's been using that. They're just going to do whatever they want. It's very obvious that they are just now doing. By the time
the court sorts it out, it's done already.
By the time the court sorts it out, there's 50 other things that you're going to have to try and catch them for, right? So they are just moving as fast as they can. One thing I've always given Trump credit for is that he has the energy of a 25-year-old. I mean, the guy just, gets up and goes, right? I mean, when Biden was on his, honeymoon period, did we see this blitz of actions like this? No, not like this. Not of things that are so consequential. Obviously, every president has their list of, 100-day executive orders that they sign, but nothing like this. And look, I mean, he wants to have it both ways here. If they're going to have access to these payment systems, then yes, of course, it's a matter of public information who these people are.
Right.
That's obvious.
Yes, you're talking about people. This is being, the public is being intentionally misled to interpret their actions as an effort to clean up the government. Their actions are an effort to consolidate the government under central authority and to dispense with any agencies or institutions or workers that in the course of their duties might get in the way of their agenda, and to bring what remains of the government completely in line with an agenda that is essentially the same kind of globalist imperial agenda that we had before, but less woke and with absolutely no restraints on the rich.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. All right. Let's see here. Hillary Clinton was, got that one already. Trump imposing sanctions on ICC. Oh, is he signing that? Well, we knew that was going to happen. Is that breaking now?
There you go.
Yep. Yeah. That was part of the deal.
ICC's woke. It's woke.
As we knew that. Yes, a radical left ICC.
Yeah.
How about we trade all our Zionist evangelicals for the Palestinians? When these Christians find out Israelis hate them and try to genocide them, would be great karma. No Jesus paid for you. Thank you, Eric Rousseau. Appreciate that. Stoop Sign. I heard the Pentagon could only account for 3 of its 5 sides, too. Thank you, Stoop Sign. Appreciate that. Crystal Waters says, okay, I'm with you. I started a YouTube channel, but I'm by no means able to do anything other than tweet, etc. I'll try to get MAGA to scream defund Israel, and I'll try to get them in on the protest. Well, good. Let us know what your YouTube channel is.
All right.
Subscribe.
All
Thank
right.
you, Crystal. Appreciate that. Just shoot us an email. Nocturnal Human, Russell, there's some confusion in the chat about what peasant mind means when you say it. Can you clarify what it means for the people who are misunderstanding you? Thanks.
Me and Keaton talked a little bit about this. This is part of, you're probably addressing something else, but whenever I talk about that, you get a lot of people who will say, well, peasants. There were radical peasants, and there were the peasants, and then you're talking about serfs. And okay, man, this isn't just a liberal tendency. This is a tendency of people who gravitate to the left in general. Yeah, the purpose of agitation propaganda, is to agitate people by communicating. When you say peasant mind, everyone knows exactly what you mean. That's it. It works. It works because you know what I'm concerned with, and I think this is part of why you have this problem. I come from the street, so for me, I think in terms of what would people from my neighborhood respond to? Peasant mind, right? Peasant mind. They understand that right away. Those are the people I want to win over. If you're overeducated, if you're overly intellectualized, you're going to hear peasant mind and go, well, technically you're insulting the peasants because very often the peasants were radical. Nobody cares.
Right.
Nobody cares. That's interesting on an academic level.
Right.
But that's not functional in the real world.
Right.
In terms of what I mean by it, I mean, it's obvious. All of these people who are fanboying over Elon's every tweet, who are working 3 jobs, who think he's doing what he's doing because he cares about them, that's a peasant mind.
Right. Peasant doesn't mean poor person. Peasant means poor person who shows fealty to the Lord.
Of course.
Right? Who admires the Lord.
Of course.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. And also, I'll make this point, and this is part of the problem with having a left that's dominated by people who are from middle and upper middle class backgrounds. Why did I hone in on that? Because I know how working class men think. Anything that implies that they're weak gets their back up. And now you got their attention. You say you got a peasant mind, that's like a big insult to their manhood. That kind of thing gets them stirred up. Now, I wouldn't advise it for the over-intellectualized amongst us, because you're not going to know what to put into the next sentence to not get punched in the face. But you got their attention. You better make the next sentence good.
All right. Virtuoso. Libertarians are just capitalists with daddy issues. Thank you, Virtuoso. Appreciate that very much. All right. We will take the rest of our super chats and Rumble rants after our final segment of the day. Russell, go ahead.
All right. We've been really hard on MAGA today, so I wanted to finish up with a look at the loyal opposition, or the disloyal opposition, or the resistance, or whatever they're going by now. I gotta say, it's not looking good, folks. It's not looking good. So they had a few different protests. This was the U.S. aid one, which in and of itself, the core premise shows you how clueless and out of touch the Democrats are. U.S. aid is the hill you guys want to die on? You really want to try to make a case for U.S. aid? But they did. So this was the first of the high-profile protests they did.
Elon Musk, you didn't create U.S. aid. The United States Congress did for the American people. And just like Elon Musk did not create U.S. aid, he doesn't have the power to destroy it. And who's going to stop him? We are. We're going to stop him.
Okay, if you say so. Here's a little bit of Ilhan Omar at the same event.
It's really, really a sad day in America. We are witnessing a constitutional crisis. We talked about Trump wanting to be a dictator on day one, and here we are. This is what the beginning of dictatorship looks like. When you gut the Constitution and you install yourself as the sole power, that is how dictators are made.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, absolutely. Those are some really fiery words, and I don't actually disagree. We'll get a little bit into your own complicity as a political party for how we got here, how we got to a place where dictatorship looks pretty damn good by comparison to what you folks offered. But if you want to see the most Democrat shit ever, hey man, we're descending into a dictatorship here. So they decided they're going to go storm U.S. aid. They're going to go storm the Bastille. Let's see what that looked like.
Chris.
It's Chris Van Hollen there.
Okay, so as you are aware, this agency is very busy currently, and they are not able to take a meeting currently. They advise that they will be in contact shortly, and that it's best to contact the Department of State at this time if you need any further comments.
Who is they?
The front office of the administrator.
So could I just ask, are you with AID?
I am.
Thank you for your service.
Well, thank you for what you do.
Thank you for your service.
Are the DOGE people here?
Are
they in this building now?
We have 8 employees currently. That's all I know. I don't know specific who DOGE is or any of that. I just know that 8 employees are here. Although, as you are all aware, it's in the press. Everybody's been asked.
Is Elon here? I've been trying to change the password on my X for a week now, and I can't get anyone in customer service.
Is there a Spirit Halloween store? I'm looking for some face paint and a Hagar the Horrible helmet, and was hoping to come back and maybe try to open the door by force. Do you know where I can go and buy that?
This is them storming USA. Thank you for your service. Is anybody here right now?
Do you need anything? Is there a Tim Hortons nearby? Can I get you a coffee?
Is there,
donut?
It's chilly out here.
Yeah.
It's chilly.
People here provide services for the agency. So the rest of them all telework.
Are you career?
I am. Are you?
Thank
As a career
you.
as well.
Yeah, thank you.
We want to thank you for your service. So there's no opportunity.
No, unfortunately, I don't control that. I'm just here to pass along the information. Thank you for coming, and I'm sure Department of State will be putting out more information for sure.
Are you the senior civil servant here?
No, I am not the senior civil servant.
Here
I have
today.
gray hair like
Today.
you. No, absolutely. Just gray hair. That's it. That's the senior part of me. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you
very
guys.
much.
I appreciate
Appreciate
that.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Look, there's Omar.
Thank you.
There's Raskins in there.
Okay, all right. Good job, team. We showed them.
We showed them. We're not going to take this whole march toward dictatorship laying down.
That reminds me of something, it was a funny story. It's a very short story. It's a funny story where some local civil rights lawyer was organizing some protest outside a government building regarding some case. I forget what it was. So I showed up. My dad showed up because my dad was friends with the guy. So we all had like signs. And as the people walked into the building, the government officials who were presiding over whatever the hell it was, this was way too long ago to remember specifics. We all stood out there with our signs and held the signs as the people walked in who were presiding over the case, right? We were there for literally like 3 minutes as the people held the signs, as the people walked in. Once the people were in, the organizer says, "All right, everybody, we're going to the Goshen Diner." And that was it. That was the whole protest. We were out there for literally 3 minutes while they walked in. We held the signs. All right, good job, team. All right, let's go get lunch.
Look, this is one of those things. If you're not going to go all the way, don't go.
Yeah.
Don't go. Like, how did you think that was going to end? If you were not prepared to bum rush security, how did you think you were going to? Well, are you career? Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah. Well, hey, thank you for your service. This is how do you think you're going to look? This goes back to the tweet from Nick you were showing before. This is why the MAGA people think they're pussies, because the liberal class that represents themselves as the left, they are. Look at this. Look at this. Remember, going back even pre-MAGA, the Brooks Brothers riot. They wanted to steal the election in Florida. They broke in.
Right.
They broke in freaking 3-piece suits.
Right.
They broke into the voting area. They didn't give a shit. You're talking about the stakes are very high, right? This is the beginning of dictatorship. So is there any opportunity to maybe talk to somebody here? Just amazing. But it gets worse. It gets worse. So Chuck Schumer went, this is the next day. They had another demonstration the next day. And Aaron Rupar, I don't know if he's being ironic or sincere here. He's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but he tweeted out a description of this. Let's take a look at Chuck Schumer riling up the crowd.
Stand with you in this fight, and we will win. 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 We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. Thank you, everybody.
Wow. My blood's pumping now.
Thank you, Leader Schumer.
Oh, God.
It's got my blood pumping. All right, so this is former Congressperson Tim Ryan here. I just don't even know what to say anymore when I see this kind of stuff. Is it Saturday Night Live or real life? Does anyone really think this is the future of the country? This is the only alternative to Trump's America? It's just so depressing. Well said. Well said.
Yeah, well said. But you have to understand, Tim Ryan was one of the most right-wing Democrats in Congress. And he ushered this in.
He challenged Pelosi for the leadership from the right.
Right.
She was too left-wing for Tim Ryan. Yep. So even CNN was not having it. Even CNN.
Even the liberal anchors.
Democrats agree that Musk is a problem, but listen to them today, and they have a pinata in search of a stick.
To our Republican colleagues, if you do not see the light, we will bring the fire. Resist!
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your...
We have days to stop the destruction of our democracy. We have work to do. Tell Elon Musk to take his hands off your money. We don't pledge allegiance to the creepy 22-year-olds working for Elon Musk. We pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
And God shut down the city. We are at war.
We will win. We will win. We won't rest. We won't rest.
Gretchen.
Yes,
So,
the Democrats need a real leader, okay? They need a real leader, which currently does not exist in the Democratic Party. And they have been caught completely flat-footed with...
I didn't know she was still around, Gretchen Carlson. I haven't seen her in forever.
All right, but have no fear. Have no fear, because the National Day of Protest was yesterday. 50 marches, 50 states, 50 capitals, 2-5-25. If you cannot get there, call out from work. If you cannot call out from work, wear something blue. If you can't wear something blue, get that pussy hat out of the closet.
Wear something blue, as if everybody knew that these were happening, and they know that you wearing a blue shirt was a show of
and
solidarity.
Hey, man, what better placement for such an event than the middle of a workday? 12 noon on a Wednesday. Genius. So let's see the throngs that gathered there in D.C.
Fuck Elon Musk! Fuck Elon Musk! Fuck Elon Musk!
Salty.
Fuck Elon Musk! Fuck Elon Musk!
I'm a veteran.
We're not like those old leftists. We like veterans.
Right. We like war.
We like war. We like veterans. We're not spitting on anybody. We're not calling anybody a baby killer. Not even the idea.
That oath did not have an expiration date on it.
So you could see that. All right. So there was more of a main event. Elizabeth Warren was one of the headliners there.
No one elected Elon Musk to nothing.
That's right.
Not one Democrat in America voted for Elon Musk.
Not one.
Not one Republican in America voted for Elon Musk. Not one independent in America voted for Elon Musk. Not one libertarian in America
we get
voted
it.
For
Yes, we
Elon
list
Musk.
every party.
Damn, not one vegetarian in America voted for Elon
Look, you did not know she had those kinds of comedy.
Member voted for Elon Musk.
All right, so Maxine Waters, if there is someone and the Democratic Party with that fire in the belly, who can inspire and bring the heat, it's Maxine Waters.
Our country. This is not Elon Musk's country. This is not Trump's country. This is our country. We deserve to have decent jobs. We deserve to have the respect. We deserve to be treated in a way that all Americans should be treated. And so let me just tell you now, I have Elon Musk's major office in my district. He won't even meet with the local elected officials. He said he was going to tunnel under from his office all the way to the airport so he didn't have to be among the measly people on the ground to get to the airport.
Yeah, says woman of the people, Maxine Waters. So, hey, a lot of folks, ourselves included, warned over the years that the libs had the mic. You know, if you keep making these crazy claims about people being guilty of death threats and that kind of thing when they're just using obvious political metaphor and rhetoric, you're going to be in real trouble when they get in power. And now you've established that kind of a standard and they use it against you. Lo and behold, let's see what our new press secretary said to Peter Doocy when he asked about some of the comments of the Democrats at these rallies.
Caroline, are any officials here preparing to fight Democratic lawmakers in the streets?
Absolutely not.
So,
and thanks for the question.
Some elected Democrats are so steamed about DOGE. Congresswoman LaMonica McIver says we are at war. Ilhan Omar says we might actually see somebody get killed. And Chris Van Hollen says we have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. So what now?
And may I just point out, if you heard that type of violent, enticing rhetoric from our side of the aisle, from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, I think there would be a lot more outrage in this room today. It's unacceptable, the comments that have been made by these Democrat leaders, and frankly, they don't even know what they're talking about. Because President Trump was elected with a mandate from the American people to make this government more efficient. He campaigned across this country with Elon Musk, vowing that Elon was going to head up the Department of Government Efficiency, and the two of them, with a great team around them, were going to look at the receipts of this federal government and ensure it's accountable to American taxpayers. That's all that is happening here. And for Democrat officials to incite violence and encourage Americans to take to the streets is incredibly alarming, and they should be held accountable for that rhetoric.
Okay, well, there you go. There you go. So everybody knows they're not really talking about fighting in the streets. Let me ask you something. You think Pam Bondi is going to be the kind of AG that's not going to open investigations into politicians using common political rhetoric? Well, you open the door to that kind of thing with very dishonest interpretation of other people's language. Now, in terms of what she's saying, this is what people voted for. She's not wrong, nor are the protesters when they say this is a collapse into autocracy and dictatorship. Both of those things are true. That is what people voted for. I think they did very well understand that Donald Trump was going to break all the rules. He was going to break all the norms. He was going to go around all the guardrails. And God damn it, he'd get something done. Now, what conditions were created that made people feel that? Because part of what you're saying now, you're hearing now, is, well, what about this unelected person who had this involvement in government? What about this unelected person? They're right. They're right. This is just as with so much else with Donald Trump. Matt Taibbi made this point years ago in his first term. He's taking the ugly mask off the ugly reality of how our government works. Is really what Trump's doing? People are openly arguing this. Is this less accountable than what you had before? Well, we know statistically, not really. Professors Martin Gillens, Princeton University, and Benjamin I. Page, Northwestern, looked at more than 20 years worth of data to answer a simple question. Does the government represent the people? Their study took data from nearly 2,000 public opinion surveys and compared it to the policies that ended up becoming law. In other words, they compared what the public wanted to what the government actually did. What they found was extremely unsettling. The opinions of 90% of Americans have essentially no impact at all. None. Does public opinion affect the political process? Gillens and Page found that the number of Americans for or against any idea has no impact on the likelihood that Congress will make it law. Quote, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. I remember if you read this study in full, they said that the amount of influence they found was so minimal it could be chalked up to statistical noise insofar as it exists at all. One thing that does have an influence, money. While the opinions of the bottom 90% of income earners in America have a statistically non-significant impact, economic elites, business interests, and people who can afford lobbyists still carry major influence. This is why Ilhan Omar and Jamie Raskin and Elizabeth Warren, this is why you sound kind of ridiculous, aside from your personality styles. This is why you sound ridiculous when you rail about taking the power away from the people, because the people knew damn well they didn't have any power in the first place. That's why they voted for these guys, because they decided watching them drive you crazy and dismantle everything you care about, at least that would be a good show. At least that would be a good show. And in the end, they felt rightly that they'd have no less power over the government than they do now.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, not only that, but like as unelected billionaires who control the government go, Elon is actually more visible than the ones that the Democrats answer to.
They're in the shadows.
Right? They're in the shadows. No one knows who they
He's
are.
out front.
Exactly.
Right? Let's take a look at some of the evidence and the impacts of how little the government does under Democrats as well. Flint residents grapple with water crisis 9 years later. No justice. We just covered this. We had Jordan Sheridan on as a guest. We read his book. When Gretchen Whitmer got elected and Dana Nessel, her AG candidate, who's still the AG there, we found out from Joy the other day. When they came in, they actually put a stop to the RICO case that the Republican appointed special prosecutor was putting together. And when I asked Jordan why, and he kind of gets into this in his book, well, because they're all owned by Wall Street, and Wall Street had a lot to do with that switch to the Flint River. If they had really kept going with that RICO investigation, it would have implicated a lot of Wall Street figures. So it's not like all of a sudden you vote in the Democrats and now you get good government. You could argue for the people of Flint, it actually got worse when they brought in the Democrats. They didn't commit the initial crime that was committed against them, but they dismantled the prosecution of the people who did commit the crime. How about East Palestine, right? Democrats were in charge then, supposed to be the good government party, the responsive government party, and do shit for those people. It took a year for Biden to even come to East Palestine.
Right.
Now, you just had an article written. You want to talk about maybe the Republicans will overplay their hand. So nearly 2 years since the disaster where Trump and Vance, this is a recent article. Impacted residents are still experiencing health effects from, this is one of the people of East Palestine wrote this, experiencing health effects from chemical exposure and contamination lingering from the 2023 incident. And there is still no organized healthcare guidance nor a funding source for necessary care. It is critical that everyone can access the medical support they need. The president can enact an emergency declaration or urge the HHS to declare a public health emergency to ensure treatment for short and long-term health impacts for anyone exposed to environmental health hazards from the train derailment and its aftermath. In 2023, Both Vance and his fellow Ohio Senator, Democrat Sherrod Brown, supported an emergency declaration to activate provisions under Section 1881A of the Social Security Act, which allows for emergency funding to be distributed to communities affected by disasters. These funds would be a lifeline for many families here who are still grappling with health concerns, economic hardship, and ongoing cleanup efforts. Now, I wanted to include that and close with it because this is the question. Are they going to fulfill their promises to people like the people in East Palestine? Because it would be very un-Republican of them to offer what these people really should get, what the people of Flint should get, which would be Medicaid for life. We should all have that. But that's one of the things they've requested because of the health impacts that this has had on them. Is a Republican administration going to give these people free health care for life? They're so ideologically against the whole concept, it's hard to imagine they would. And if they don't, if they ignore these people, does that create some kind of backlash? Conversely, if they go ahead and actually do the right thing by these people and take similar actions across the nation among people who have been ignored and disenfranchised by the current system, that's it, man. It's going to be Trumpism as far as the eye could see. But understand, we got here because you reduced the people to such a state of desperation that a system where essentially you petition the king for relief looked better to them than trying to go through elected officials who ignored them.
Well, exactly. And, you know, during the Obama years, his rationale for why nothing got better was, well, democracy is slow and messy. Okay, well, if you're going to make that excuse for long enough, then eventually people are going to choose the thing that's less slow and less messy, which is fascism, right? Which is a strongman who can just come in and now just move at the speed of light, sign order after order after order, move after move, faster than any of these slow-moving institutions can keep up with him. That is a result of your failure to make these institutions work for people. This is what FDR, we're going to have to do a segment on FDR's For Freedom speech because he warned about this exact thing. I think it was 1941 inaugural. Yeah. Great speech where he talks about how when democracy does not provide for people, people will not invest in it anymore. And that is how you lose it. And it's not the people's fault. It's the people in power who, you know, uphold this great system. Well, how good is a system that renders 63% of its population unable to come up with a $500 payment when they have to at a moment's notice? How good is a system where tens of thousands of people die every year because they cannot afford medical care? Like at a certain point, the political system that presides over that reality is going to be dismantled. And it's no one's fault but the people who let it happen on their watch. And the ultimate irony here is that that happened because both parties allowed the undue influence of very rich people. And the difference now is it's happening out in the open with a very public figure like Elon Musk, who owns the most influential social media company, at least in terms of political discourse. And so you're seeing it happen much more visibly. But a lot of this stuff has happened in the past. It's just happened behind the scenes. And it manifests in an apparent stalemate, right? Because it creates political gridlock. So it creates a lack of motion. But it's not really a lack of motion in real life. It's a lack of motion in the halls of Congress. But in real life, what has happened? The rich have gotten much richer. Working people have not gotten a raise in 40 years. Very much we've been on a trajectory one way, the wrong way. Now you have the world's richest robber baron just going pedal to the metal in broad daylight because that is what the people voted for when they lost faith that change could be made any other way. They got conned by this group of thugs and swindlers and gangsters, and they're being taken for a ride. And it is sad. It is sad to see this great giving up where the people just basically submitted to their own looting. But that is what has happened. That is what has happened.
Maybe if we can get the king's attention or we can get the attention of the king's advisor, he'll give us health care. That's what you reduced people to. Did you give it to them? You could have.
Right.
You were in
Right.
power. You had your president. You had power the last 4.
You had 60
power
seats
when this happened in East Palestine.
Yep.
You could have gone into Flint. You could have given those people Medicaid for life. You didn't do it. You had all those years to do it.
Obama had a 60-seat supermajority in the Senate. It's almost inconceivable to think any party can get that now.
Right.
He had it.
Right.
What happened?
So
Very little.
how do you get up there at a microphone and talk about how we want these decisions made by the people's representatives? If you were representing the people all these years, Donald Trump would not have gotten anywhere near the White House unless he signed up for a tour.
Exactly. All right, let's go on to some super chats and Rumble Ranch China Shell. Guys, I have a confession. I love Israel. Israel Epstein, one of the only non-Chinese Jewish members of the Communist Party of China. That is. Thank you, China Shell. Eric Rousseau, not one person pretending to be Native American, voted for Elon Musk. Good one. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Eric Rousseau. Appreciate that very much. Kanye West claims he has autism now, says Eric Rousseau. So does Raymond Fernandez. Said, did that news just break? Is that the big story of the day? Kanye just announced he's been diagnosed with autism. Cute.
Did he really?
Roman salute. I guess. I mean, 2 people are mentioning it, so maybe that is late breaking here. All right, Joe B. Are the DD Mavericks willing to call out their pal Jimmy Dore for his Elon Musk bootlicking lately? Oh boy, trying to stir up something. Yeah.
I mean, I called him out for that pizza that he brought me for. Like, I was on camera.
Yeah. Right.
I had to be like, yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, this is something we're getting a lot these days. Okay. For one thing, we're not a drama channel. Like, if you want that, I mean, you could say if we were doing the TMZ guard kind of thing where every episode is what Anna said about Francesca and how they double teamed Cenk. Like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that to anybody. We did a few stories when Cenk did his heel turn with Maga because it was relevant. We always, even when we used to cover that stuff more pre October 7th, things got a little too serious, but we never covered that kind of thing a lot. And even when we did, we always had a rule. If we cover this, does it shed light on a bigger political issue or question? And if the answer was no, we didn't do it even then. Now, going beyond that, you can disagree with people without them being the enemy, especially if you agree with them on most things, as we do with Jimmy. I watched his segment on the Israel proposal last night. And, you know, I mean, that's exactly our take on it. Clearly, we have like some disagreements here about cabinet appointments with RFK. You know, COVID is kind of a signature issue for Jimmy in a way that it's not for us. It was kind of inevitable that we'd be more suspicious of RFK, although we're probably more supportive of that appointment because it's not a State Department kind of an appointment than most of the others. But yeah, you know, I guess also, and you want to say, you know, I'm pretty hard on Dave Smith. That's partly like how are you as a Jewish person in this space? how do you degrade yourself that way? You want to say, if I knew Dave Smith personally, I'd realize that he means everything that he's saying, as I know about Jimmy from spending time with him. Like, the idea, this is what I never understood about people who had a big falling out over the years. You spend 10 minutes with Jimmy, you know he's not saying anything he does not actually believe, whether you agree with it or not. There's no question he says this for money. He's saying, you know, he, in terms of, you know, RFK or figures like that we might disagree with, we agree on more than we disagree. And I know that his takes are honest, as are ours. Now, because the whole independent media space, big picture, the whole independent media space came out of cable news, really. Like, it's people who absorbed that aesthetic of fighting and hot takes and commentary and that kind of thing. There's an assumption that you can't have a disagreement without it becoming some kind of a bitch fight I mean, I don't feel that way.
No, and look, we also like we text back and forth as well, and it's no secret that like we disagree on this Doge thing. He seems to find it more fruitful than we do. I think it's a psyop. That's fine. Now, you know, if he had a horrible take on the Netanyahu Trump visit, what would I do? I would text them and be like, "Hey, what's going?
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on?"
Exactly.
Like, I wouldn't attack someone publicly if they're friends and we work together and
Well,
we, you know,
that's
and
another
hold on,
thing.
let me just say this too.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I knew Ian Carroll personally, like if I was friends with Ian Carroll, would I have done a segment on Ian Carroll? I would have called Ian Carroll, been like, "What the hell was that, man?" Like, we'll talk about it. Like, if it ever comes to that, we'll talk about it. We text back and forth. There was an issue. There was something that happened over last year.
I actually do have his phone number. So
well, Russell met him a couple times, but he wasn't. Yeah, let's call him right now. Let's bring him on. Yeah. No, Russell did meet Ian Carroll at the Rescue the Republic rally. But no, this happened over the summer last year when Jose, you know, did something that pissed a lot of people off on X, where he went to George Latimer's district and protested against the Latimer campaign. And a lot of people on Twitter saw that as sort of manufacturing consent for the Jamal Bowman campaign, because they were holding up signs that said, "Stop Latimer, stop Latimer." Right. And people were saying, what the fuck? Like, aren't you therefore de facto campaigning for Jamal Bowman? What's going on here? And we had a few people incessantly tweet at us, call him out, come get your boy. And you know what I did? I called him because he's a friend of mine and we work together and we care about each other and each other's projects, and we want each other to do well because we generally are working towards the same goal. So I called him. I said, "Listen, man, this was, you know, because I didn't agree with the way he did it. And I said, I know you mean well, but this really could use some work. Let's see, you know, what we could do about this moving forward. I really think you meant well, but this was a misstep." Like, that's how I would handle it with someone who is a friend of mine. I wouldn't come at the first time they heard of it would not be in public in a diss track.
Exactly. And honestly, I mean, people who have done that over the years, some of whom I know now, I don't get it. I don't know why you would do that. Look, I mean, as far as that goes, in terms of that language, man, I'm from the street. I don't stab people in the back like that. I'm not that kind of a person. In terms of like having a political disagreement, yo, I'm from freaking Queens, man. Everybody where I come from, they all voted for Trump. These are some of the dearest people to my heart. And I don't disown them. I mean, it's just not how you do things where I come from. You don't get two-faced like that. You don't stab people in the back like that. And as Keaton said, yeah, we got each other's phone numbers. If we disagree to that point, we'll call each other. I understand why for entertainment, and that's where, you know, even Mark Goodwin said that when we were talking to him yesterday. You know, it's a big panopticon. I've said that before myself.
Well, of course, yeah.
Like, there's definitely, you know, a thirst for that blood. Like, why don't you guys go after each other? Why? To entertain you? To entertain you? You want to see us fight with our friend to entertain you? I'm sorry, we're not running. You could say we're being hypocritical if every night we're sitting there talking about Anna and Jenk and all that shit, but we're not. It's not that kind of party, man. We're not doing that. We're not going after. We're not gonna have some kind of gladiator match with our personal friends to entertain the audience.
Right, and like I said, if I knew Ian Carroll better and I saw him do that, I'd call him up and be like, "What the fuck?"
We would.
What the fuck? And so if Jimmy did that, I would text him. I said, "What are you, crazy? What you think? You think this is in? You know, like I would if it came to that. That's what I would do. That's how I'd handle it.
If that, yeah, and you know, that's another point. Like a core line for us and for him, I think, is Gaza and Palestine. Like, our opinion about that is not going to change. His opinion about that is not going to change. Debates about what can get done in government and whether it's worth parsing out, well, some good might get done here, so I can call this out and I can support this. You know, it's a philosophical debate we can have that's not core to our ethics in that way that it would be a very difficult thing to negotiate. Yeah, if Jimmy turned around tomorrow and was like, you know, Netanyahu, I'm kind of warming up to him. Yeah, I mean that that would be an issue, but I don't see that happening.
Right, exactly. And even in that example, I would do my best to resolve it privately and talk about it privately on a private channel before we came to blows on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're waiting for us to pull a big rug pull backstab, bad wrestler WWE, yeah, it's not going to happen. You'll be waiting a long time for that.
Mark DiChiara calling Doge a psyop. Please keep in contact. I can only smash that MF like button so hard. Well, don't hurt yourself. I know that was a good one. Thank you. Proud of it myself. I'm not hopeful refers to not being hopeful Trump reduces his Zionist support, not the Senate confirmations. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think the confirmations are on track to go through. Elites may get different news from Politico, etc., than the proletariat, but it's just as misleading and manipulative. Thank you, Sparky. John Mango, thanks for the $2. Total recur. There's a lot of gatekeeping.
I mean, is it though, man? That's like very often I find financial news is more reliable because it's for degenerate stock market gamblers, so it's just the facts. So I don't know that the news they get is as biased. I think they probably get a lot more like, yeah, so today these are the death squads that are operating in these countries, and it's probably...
Well, they charge a lot of access for that. That's part of how they gatekeep, right? That's part of how they keep independent media small, right? Because what kind of outlet can afford to do that? It costs $20,000 a month to live stream. Never mind, to live stream from a remote location, like to get those packs that Jordan's got. Actually go out and do a TV style broadcast. That's like $20,000 for the setup, and then what, $6-7 a month? I mean, you're talking about what, $100K a year just for that. Not to mention these up to the minute developments that these major outlets have access to. So yeah, a lot of gatekeeping in media for sure. Garble, all these tribes hoard breads and wines. These climates transform men to swine. All these tribes hide knives and lead. These bribes can't transform swine to men. Thank you, Garble. That was beautiful. Eternal Curp of the Spotless Mind. Thank you, John Mango. Me shoot skeet. As a former Marine, I do hate it when Gabbard mentions the troops defending our freedom. No, the military serve to profit off of war. Agreed. Thank you very much. Where is what happened here? There it is. Space 99. A lie can get around the world faster than Trump could pull up his pants after someone walks in a room and sees Netanyahu bending Trump over the sink. Bejan Edamad, let Elon get to $800 billion, then use the FBI to trump up federal charges. Offer a pardon for 95% of his wealth. Problem solved using the deep state. Sylvain Harvey, what's wrong with the Making Canaan Great Again? MCGA, thank you. Thank you. RBGH fam, socialists blame capitalism when it's really the fiat system controlling the value of labor. Instead of the other way around equals oligarchy. Daniel Hall, one great thing about the shutting of USAID, the Dems rent-a-crowds all disappeared. Staffers have to be sent out to Potemkin protests now. Sparky, what's this I hear about a dramatic civil war? Between the Jimmy Dore Show and Do Dissidents, is each side going to produce diss tracks? Hey, Sparky, if it ever comes to that, there's going to be a very brutal competition for your super chats because you super chat both us and Jimmy, so you will be the prize in that civil war if it ever did come to that.
It's going to be like
just
chalk,
know that, Sparky.
It's going to be like chalk circle.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Just understand that it's going to be over you.
We'll see who's willing to cut you in half.
Yeah. The Raging D-Head, thanks for the $2. I enjoy the fact you two aren't drama queens. Well, thank you, Raging D-Head. Appreciate that. I mean, look, we were more into that stuff before October 7th.
And it was never what our channel was based.
It was never what it was, but we dabbled in it more for fun.
Sure.
But, the world's not so fun anymore, so we just don't do it.
I mean, I can't even, like, when I look at that, like, what they're talking about, God, I can't imagine anything more boring than to talk about that shit in this moment.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here. China Shill. Guys, I have a confession. Oh, no, we got that one already. What? Eric Rousseau. Oh, no, we got almost all of these. Okay, Monkey Rotary. I have no idea what's going on. I love sleeping 4 hours in 2 days and starting watching the show halfway through. Thank you for that. And Eric Rousseau, I want to know if USAID is funding the Pelosi stock trading and knitting clutch. There you go. Yes. We didn't even get to our Pelosi story today.
I have a Pelosi story prepped. I keep not getting to it.
keep not getting to it. That's how crazy the world is. That's how crazy the world is that even our Pelosi story, even one of our beats, Pelosi's insider trading, has not made it into rotation yet, despite our efforts.
I didn't even cover the fact that they're not making another James Bond movie because the family won't give the rights.
Yeah, that's been in the boiler for about a month and a half.
That's been sitting on there. Because when can you justify that story? On what day is there little enough news to justify a James Bond story? It would be a nice relief, though.
Sparky, thanks for the $10. There was a not so far distant time when financial news was less misleading because people banked on it. But as the U.S. empire falls, the financial news is BS too. Landrew, thanks for the $100. Thank you, Landrew. That's very kind of you to end the show out. I love you too for building a community of kind, caring, and loving people seeking truth. Free Palestine. Well, thank you, Landrew. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Thank you very much. That's very kind. Do we have a sound drop for Landrew?
I'm getting there.
All right.
I am Landrew.
Landrew is dead.
All right, folks. So, hey, look, I know it was a short show today, but if you didn't get your due dissidence fix, there's 2 more hours coming up at 8 p.m. And once this stream ends, you'll get redirected to that page. So check out our Mark Goodwin interview tonight at 8 p.m. It premieres on YouTube and on Rumble as well. We think it came out great. And once this stream ends, it'll redirect you there. Obviously, that doesn't start for a few hours. But if you could do us a solid and smash the like button on that, that would really help. Because the more likes, the better. And that kind of stuff is kind of more cerebral and granular. It's not as clickbaity, so we want to maximize our audience for that since we thought that was an important interview and an important topic. And so please go smash the like button on the Mark Goodwin interview and tune in tonight, 8 o'clock. We'll have a chat going and everything. Should be fun. In the meantime, we will see you guys tomorrow. Wow. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. for the Post-Duopoly show. That's going to be a banger, as always. And then we're going to be back here once again, 3 o'clock show this Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday. So we will be live in the afternoon, not in the evening. That's the schedule. Thank you guys very much for being here this afternoon with us. Appreciate it. Great to see you as always. Until we see you again, be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.